Where am I? There I am. Hello, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Hope everyone's doing well. Good to see you all again. Morning. How you going? It's good to see you, Henry. How we doing? We got Anastasiia coming in soon. She's running a little bit late, but we'll run it here for now. Hope you guys been going well. Today's been pretty quiet so far through Asia. Unlike yesterday and the day before, Asia was pretty active. So, and yeah, don't forget to like the stream, guys, as you come in. Chuck us a like. Love you for it. Morning. How we going, guys? What are we looking at today, everyone? After yesterday's faux NFP last night, I was pretty much ADP was our NFP for this week, so a little bit of fireworks, but nothing too crazy last night at all. Let's get some music here as well. There we go. That's a bit better. Hopefully that should be good volume for everyone. Let me know. Yeah. So today, we've still got gold sitting up near these highs. We haven't been able to have another run today through Asia, which was quite interesting to see. So could be such that we're finally sort of stalling out, getting that top. We did get the run down from 38.90 right down to about 50 here. So it was still a sizable move last night. Then today, we might start to see some kind of topping area up here, and I might be looking for shorts on gold for today. So Euro US dollar, we can definitely do that as well. Euro yen, we got a lot of Euro calls for today. Morning, Louis. How we doing? How are we? Alrighty then, we can go. We'll run through the Euro pairs first of all. So Euro has not been able to sort of crack below this 117.20. We're holding this area quite nice after that original first dip, which came back into support down through here. So right now, it does appear as though we want to establish some kind of a move up past that 118.80 and potentially up into the low 118s. At the same time, we've had a few attempts at it and failed each time. So if we go down to 15, every time we have tried, we've had this very back and forth type movement, right up, right down, right up, right down, right up, down, up, down, the whole way through. Today's been a bit more gradual. It hasn't been so chaotic. There would have been, obviously we had end of month, end of quarter, and then the shutdown worries and whether we get NFP or not. So there's been a bit of a shuffle around pre-positioning with those considerations coming through. So right now, I think we're just playing by the buy with price action. We don't have any major key instigators right now. Where's my other platform to bring up? Just give me 1 sec. This will load. Now I'm getting flash banged again. Let's see, where are we? Right, there we go, cool. But yeah, so where we are sat right now, I would like to see, I should say, a little bit more height and for us to actually establish some kind of run higher for the euro in general. And then conversely, you should see stuff like Euro AUD, Euro Yen also running up today. So why is everything so laggy for me? So Euro AUD's basically, it's very much the Euro side of things for these moves right now. So hence, similar deal. If we get this kind of break, both Euro dollar, Euro Aussie here, they'll probably move somewhat in tandem. So if euro dollar fails to sort of make much further ground, you're likely to see euro Aussie also come off today. As far as the differentials between them, if we look here, you can see euro dollar is outperforming Aussie dollar today, which past number of days has been other way around. So we do have slight betterment on the euro dollar, or the euro side, I should say. Euro yen, not looking so healthy. Now, obviously, that's going to be from the portion of the yen pair. So this is the yen side of things. So this is dollar yen here. Obviously, hence the yen right now is the majority driver. You can see that in pound yen, Aussie yen, same deal. One second. So yeah, now with euro yen here though, we are coming up into this general sort of line of support. You got some of the moving averages coming in here. This is also where that sort of main cluster of trading through this area in this downdraft has been, and we have managed to make some incremental move to the upside away from that cluster here. That could have also very well have been the majority of the move for now. So as far as euro yen, you've got the euro side of things. If euro dollar can make a stance higher, conversely, dollar yen is going to be the thing to watch. And similarly for the dollar move, as far as the component of euro dollar, you're going to have to watch just the basket of them today. So we got week on week unemployment claims coming out later. Apart from that, there's not much else in terms of headline data. Unemployment claims definitely going to be watched though, of course. How are we doing, Reith? How you going, mate? Morning, Pooley, as well. Will we see another all-time high in gold today? Possible. I'll run back to gold in a sec. I feel like it's unlikely. I feel like we'll start to come off from here, but yeah, definitely we're growing. Yeah. What was this? I would like to understand something. Competition started yesterday, and yesterday some people were already in 2K to 4K in profit. How the hell is that even possible? So I assume you mean the weekly competition that everyone can join and sign up to. Yeah, look, as far as that, you've got people treating it because it is competition last week, right? So a lot of people go very heavy, absolutely full margin, stack the account. A lot of those people obviously blow up. Some of them get the right trade, and then hence they sort of rip on. So that's kind of how it's not because they're sort of trading, I guess, as you would typically. They're intentionally trying to, just run the account insane, right? And they're just as likely to burn it into the ground. The majority of people do burn it into the ground. That's why there's only a couple people at the top that, run that up that high. So, yeah, 24 hours of 20K with 4K in profit. Yeah. If you catch the right trade somewhere, you've gone full margin gold, you caught, the top up here, run it right down, something like that, you're going to get lucky. Often then people try to do that again, and then you'll see those people that have run that up end up coming right off as well. So, yeah, 2.5 lots on EU, exactly. How are we doing, Camille? Good to see you, man. Tentative USD unemployment claims. What time is tentative? That's basically because of the shutdown. So I'm not sure if are we actually getting the unemployment claims. That's a good point, because I thought unemployment claims were still were outside of that. God, my Chrome is so slow for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I think they're still coming through. And BLS. I don't know. I'll have to take another second and have a look. Yeah, it's tonight, but so they're supposed to be at 10:30 my time. So 4 hours from now, in whatever your time zone is. I don't know what the exact UTC time for that is, but it's 4 hours from now. Supposed to be. I just got to check if because of the shutdown, if week-on-week claims are affected by that as well. Let's see. I gotta do a speed test. My internet is terribly slow. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, maybe it's Chrome then, because everything's super laggy. Not sure why. Yeah, morning. Yeah, exactly. If it's tentative, it means any time of the day, whatever. It's not like restricted as far as the release. So same if like Trump is talking or something, it's basically like a caution type notion. But they are meant to be 10:30. They're always 10:30 or 10:30 my time. So 4 hours from now, basically just before US Open, when all the normal US data comes out. Yeah, I don't know. I can't seem to find if they are, because it comes from the Department of Labor. I don't know, I'm just getting heaps of other stuff. Anyway. Yeah, I probably do need to clear cache and cookies and stuff. It's been real slow the past couple of days for some reason. Don't really know exactly why, because I did clear stuff out prior. Started running smooth again. Now it's slow, so I don't know. I have to do like a deep clean, like a defrag or something maybe, for the whole PC in general. But Akram, I was searching for whether the week-on-week unemployment claims are still coming out because of the shutdown, or not. So Louis was up 12.50 yesterday in competition, but out now. Yeah, exactly. So you can get up real quick and then goes away as well. Yeah, coffee, dude. I actually need some coffee. I got good on energy drink here, but I need more caffeine. What's my RAM? My RAM usage is pretty fine. It's like 40% at the minute, so I've got plenty. Yeah, I'm not sure. Either way. Charts. So other things I'm looking at is Aussie dollar for a rise here as well. Like we've managed to hold up some good ground through each of these downdrafts, and obviously we had the RBA earlier in the week, and they highlighted the increase in inflation just marginally, but basically it's just put them to the side as far as continuing to drop rates. So they're going to be on pause for a bit longer, but we can see There's sort of lows through there, here, 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 and today we've done pretty well. And these moving averages rising up through here now. We haven't yet cracked a new sort of top through there. These are actually marginally lower, and then this is today's, obviously. And yesterday we didn't get quite up there again. But it does appear as though we are bubbling up for a run higher at that 116.40 level or so from here. So that's looking pretty decent. Pound, similar deal. We're getting this big run up. We had the break through there. We failed to sort of make further ground last night, because the basic question was, we get the move up here, pull back, does ADP throttle anything further, or is the market just going to take it by the bite with that? Wait for further rhetoric from Trump around the shutdown and sort of what they're looking for, if there's a general path out, and then figure out how long we may or may not be shut down for. So I'll scroll down on comments. Is someone mining from my PC? Yeah, I'll have to run a scan for crypto miners. It's only Chrome doing it though. You know, the rest of my PC is working, you know, just fine. It's all smooth. It's just Chrome, weirdly. So, how you doing, mate? How we doing? How we going? Hans Gunther is in here. Hey, Rich. Yeah, it is odd, Camille. Very odd. I don't know. Chrome keeps annoying me. I don't know why Google just can't make something that's not terrible. Arguably it's not terrible, but it's not great, you know. So no official announcement after that. Couldn't find anything as well. Maybe before New York Open. Yeah, exactly. That's where, because the NFP is no, right? But I wasn't sure if the week on week claims coming through or not. Is it true for the funding for the top 10 traders after the free competition? Yeah, so if you go to the competition page, it should show, I have to bring it up in the corner here. Oh, that's why it's so dark as well. It doesn't have a light on. There we go. It's better. I was living in the dark there. So the contest, let me go over to the contest page. Where's the current one? So yeah, I was just double checking exactly what they were. Yeah, so first place, 60k high stakes, 20, 10, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Yeah, so the price for that is, yeah, those 10 will get those accounts. It's not immediately funded. Obviously, you got to run through the funding stages still. But yeah, those are the contest prizes right there. What time is Jonatan coming? Jonathan's coming on later. We've got the comp today, so I'll be here for that. What time is the comp today for? See what I mean? Look how slow this is to load. What's going on? You know, that took ages. So 12:30. So I guess 2 hours from now, or an hour and a half at this stage. So I'm not sure if I assume Jonatan might jump in before that. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah. So he'll at least definitely be here in an hour and a half. Not sure what he's doing at the minute. Brave browser, yeah. I don't know. I'm definitely thinking maybe this weekend I get the time. I'll like switch everything over properly and make sure all my saved stuff is there. Motorcar asking about dollar CAD. We can have a look at that. See, look at this, guys. What is wrong? Why? It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. I don't know if it's like my VPN causing it, but that shouldn't be it. Speed's still fine, so I don't know. Very odd. Bought dollar CAD at 139. 45.6, so 45.6, basically just where we are here. Okay, let's zoom back out a bit. You definitely have this sort of oscillation zone, I guess you'd call it, between this higher block up here and the lower trading zone. So yeah, I think buying dollar CAD from here is pretty good. Still favorable to dollar CAD upside. I was talking about it with Jonatan yesterday. He's in like a longer swing trade, looking for much higher levels. If I go out to the hourly here, so this was sort of the area we're looking at for it to find support. We did then run up. We basically got like a double top up there. That is of slight concern, because what we were talking about yesterday is if this manages to crack through this area and we see a bit of a downdraft in dollar CAD in the near term. So we're talking about strategies where it could like hedge that for like a pullback into these moving averages and then find a bounce up there, because this is kind of the we are running into a bit of a pause point. Now the other piece we're looking at is these tops just up here, which also, I believe, came in with the 200-day moving average, roughly. Yeah, so you got this yellow line here is the 200-day moving average. And so you would probably expect that to be a minimum target before it actually retraces heavily. Let's clear some of this stuff. That's easier. So you may get a failure point just around, run into that 200-day moving average just ahead of those highs there, right? This is that wick spike low. That's from when we had drone power, I believe, that week. So we're definitely starting to slow down, but as far as the buys from where you're in at today, I would say pretty good. You've got a good point to lean on. This lower cluster here from earlier in Asia, and yeah, I would see longs from here and look ideally for that break of the high and somewhere up to 139, 90, 140, depending how long you're looking to hold it. So good setup, I think. I might be losing packets. Yeah, no, I've got Ethernet, so I'm not on wireless. I'm on Ethernet, but yeah, it's kind of odd. So I keep my PC open for days. I do, and then put it to sleep, and then just like systematically, reset it. Every week or whatever. Just to sort of get all that dumped useless side RAM, despite you've closed everything, sort of flushed out. UJ shorts are finally moving, yeah. Yes, they are. So it appears we are going to get that further drive up for euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar's already front running. So long as the dollar yen here continues to make ground. The obvious point is going to be those prior lows that we had, what was that, yesterday, Wednesday? So we have to find a beat at that level. Otherwise, you could end up finding support here and then see dollar reverse higher overall. If in doubt, ChatGPT. Yeah, go ask ChatGPT what's wrong with my computer. How you doing, Khalid? You've gone over to using TradingView app instead of using browser. It uses a lot less RAM. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. To be fair, obviously I have it on the browser here, so I can bring up like some of these other things that we look at, without having to stop my screen share and then flick everything around. So. I couldn't ever get my 5ers bootcamp account to work with my computer's iMac or Dell PC. Unfortunately, I had to get a refund. Interesting. Is that with because you couldn't get like MetaTrader to function? Might be able to try CTrader if that works. Yes, Khalid, new day, new opportunities. Definitely. So I was going to look at this as far as the probability for rate cut. Why is this not seems to be okay? There we go. This is like highlighting wrong one. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. So we still got 87% probability of a third rate cut in December, which is interesting. I still feel like that will come down. Obviously, it's going to depend on if the Fed can get clean data in time for the next meeting, of course. So, Euro pound. Check speed test, go on the actual website. I could do that. All right, let's see. It's working enough, so I mean that's good at least. But you can see how long this is taking as well. It's so strange. Pretty similar, but I don't know. It's definitely not behaving. It's been a bit weird. Because even the down, like I should be close to 1,000 here. Typically sit at like 950. So I don't know if it's some problem with the stupid project next to me. Yeah, massive ping, exactly. It must just be something with the network then. Yeah. Euro pound. I would assume Euro pound has been dumping. We can have a look. Yeah, it's off. I would say Euro pound at the minute. I mean, I think you'd really need to crack 87. If you don't crack 87, I could see this easily turning back up. I don't like sort of being long the pound at the minute in general. Only very selectively. Like when you see these clean breaks, okay, you get the run. But as we've seen with this, pound's been very susceptible to getting smashed and just turning around. And as well with the drops, say if euro dollar comes off, pound dollar comes off, pound dollar's tending to come off more heavy. That's switched up the past 2 days. Euro dollar's had a lot more downdraft, only to recover. So I just play it by those levels. I can definitely see euro pound coming back basically testing the underside of this higher price range from before. So I think the only way you go further short is if we get a clean break of 87 here, and then you could potentially see a run on. But even then, I wouldn't be surprised if we stop short of that and then come higher. So I would have a bit of a tilt to the upside for Euro Pound as I'm looking at it. I was on the 5 minute, so let's go to the hourly and see if there's anything different here. I mean, looking at the hourly would definitely tell you we've got sort of eyes on these lower clusters down here. That said, yeah, exactly with that, I think we'll get a move higher back up into this higher block that we've now sort of cracked below. And then I'd probably look to sell down from that point as like a good entry. So if you want to long that from here, you've now, I mean, you've created these new candles just here. I'd stick like a stop just below 87 and then look for a run back up here. It's only like 15 pips, but you know, you're still like 2 to 1 with that. Overall, I would say I don't really like much of this price action. It's very chaotic a little bit, to be honest. Yeah, it jumps to 900. Yeah, I don't know. There's some kind of something going on. It's probably just Telstra. So. Seeing cup and handle, long gold until 38.87. We can go over and check gold now, for sure. I will say I'm seeing, especially looking at this 1 hour bar. Zoom this in a little bit. Let's delete this to make it clearer. Like if we end this next hour, right, with these 2 wicks on the hourly, and you know, come some of either end up flat with the wick or drive down a bit further, I feel like the next bar we're definitely driving off. I feel like creating this these top wicks here is a pretty negative signal. So I'd be looking for that move back to about 38.30, which is also where the 100-hour moving average is now coming in. So I would be more leaning on the downside for gold. Particularly that, like, we just didn't get that proper run up today in Asia, which I don't like. And you can see the 10 moving average now starting to, you know, pull back a bit. I would be looking much more on the sell side overall. Gold's still been wild, but yeah, I'd be careful. Hello. How are we?
Hey, LJ.
Welcome.
Hey, good. Well, I'm having some technical issues since I moved. Still can't connect everything. That's working. I think I need a couple of days to settle in. How are you doing?
I'm good. Doing well. My internet's been like slow and weird. We were talking about it before for some reason. Outside of that, going strong.
But so. I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
If the internet would be bad, it would probably affect the stream, right?
Yeah, it's sort of like it's still functioning. Don't get me wrong, but like I'm just getting really big ping spikes now and again. We were, you know, like Camille was saying, like, yeah, it's jumping to like 900. We were looking at like speed test stuff before, so, but it's still functioning, so everything's all good. But yeah, how are you settling in? Have you brought over any more stuff yet, or still
No, I've been working yesterday until 4 a.m. sending some reports. Absolutely not yet.
Yeah.
Need a couple of days. Hey, Akram. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you guys. Well, good to be back in front of the charts and with all of you. Sorry for keeping you hanging here alone, LJ.
No, it's alright. We've just been hanging out, running over a bunch of stuff, run over a bunch of the euro pairs, euro dollar, euro Aussie, euro yen. Had a quick look at Aussie dollar, pound dollar, dollar yen, gold. So that's pretty much where we're at.
Once again in the labor market in US yesterday, right? So there was.
What was that? We had.
Well, we had a cut in job places once again.
Oh yeah, from the ADP.
Oh, the ADP, yeah.
Coming off. I mean, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if that was like another anomaly, because it's like the one we had 2 months before that, like July, I think it was, which was then sort of an anomaly dip, and then revised up a bit. Yeah. So you do have a portion coming from the H-1B visa situation as well. That doesn't account for a massive number of jobs in totality compared to the economy and stuff, but I'm sure there's a few throughputs there as well. So I don't know. We'll have to see. That was the mini NFP yesterday, since nothing on Friday.
The mini. Today the jobless claims are coming as per usual, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we were trying to go over that. I was trying to search it up because that's what I thought as well, and I was trying to make sure. But everything I was trying to search for Google, I couldn't find any clarity. Because I mean, it comes from Department of Labor, right? So, yeah. My understanding was they'd still be coming out, but
from what I understand, also it's gonna be still coming out. So let's see what it's gonna bring. I don't really expect it to bring lots of volatility, because yesterday's, I think, was the more important data. So this is a weekly one, so they're just showing out the trends. Unless something comes out absolutely out of the line, then sure enough, we're gonna have some panic. But rather than that,
I mean, they're definitely being watched very much right now, because that's your kind of high frequency jobs data, right? And since we've had, who knows what the NFP true numbers are, right? Watching those jobless claims, sort of what people focus on. That said, we did have some of the anomalies showing up there as well, like that the other week when we had the big sort of jump all of a sudden, and the market did go like, oh, not good. Which turned out just to be a miscalculation on Texas or whatever. I think we talked about that last time as well. So, but yeah, I assume you haven't looked at too much yet today, then, because you've been busy.
I'm actually in the buy for gold, but rather than that, nothing. Yeah, I'm buying gold once again.
Interesting. All right, we'll see.
Let me just quickly maybe go over it. Why am I in the buy for gold in the first place? So this is a futures chart for gold. We were yesterday trying to drop again. The majority of the volume for the current week, and we already Thursday, was traded at the level 38.91. Once again, this is a futures chart, right? So the prices, for those of you who are watching, the prices and quotes are going to be different, but just visual perspective. So we had the majority of the volume was here. Price was trying to push further down. There was lots of sellers coming in the market. If you look at the footprint charts, if you look at the heat map, for example, from yesterday, it's incredibly lots of pressure on the bearish side as well. And despite such an amount sell orders, aggressive bids coming in the market, the price was still not able to drop. So we barely renewed the previous lows, barely touched it, and then recovered. And from the perspective just of the price action, we finally closed above this level. So we see that the price was trying to break through it from October 1st, so from yesterday, like in the evening or my time, all the way until today. We finally were able to close above it. We are also finally trading and closing on the hourly time frame as well. Hourly candle closed above the current volume. So as long as we stay above this line here, 38.96, 38.97, I'm bullish on gold, and I think we have pretty high chance of renewing the previous highs already today, and if not, then at least coming closer to the previous highs here. So from my perspective, we failed the attempt for the sell-off yesterday, and
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, what is it? Yeah, like,
just a $40 drop, just a
sorry.
fail, just a $40 drop. I don't know if
Well,
that's a fail.
is it not a fail?
$40 drop in gold.
Look at the daily candle.
That's a
What
juicy trade right there.
what I'm looking at, I'm not saying it was a bad trade. There was possibility to sell it and everything, right? But from my perspective, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the size of the average correction. So if you look at this and this, okay, this was already some kind of movement. But every single time after just this statistically drop of approximately 700, like 70, as we can see peeps, every single time it's exactly the same, like 770. Now afterwards we recovered for another like 1,500, 1,000, almost 500, and right now we are not yet at 1,500. So
I reckon
still expecting to see this $4,000 quote on futures sooner than you think.
Okay. I'm gonna be looking for shorts. Like if this next hourly candle can't close bullish, we'll have like 2 wicks up there, and then I think we potentially turn down. So that's what I'm looking for. I feel like at this point it's kind of playing like a little bit of like musical chairs, a little. I can definitely agree with like the volume coming through there as that support point. Yeah, I'm still gonna stick to my shorts. Not shorting yet, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that it can't just go here, for example, and then reverse from the previous highs. But for me, that's more than enough. Like, that's 120 ticks to the upside. I mean, for the 2 contracts on one account and then other 2 accounts, so that's going to be good enough.
I thought 40 wasn't enough.
120 ticks. But I wasn't saying that it was a bad trade and you couldn't trade it. I said overall, we failed the bearish momentum, and I'm not going to be shorting this right now with this.
I'm just giving you grief, don't worry.
I don't worry, I'm in profit right now.
Well, that's good. That's what we like. So, what was that on my screen? I'm not sure. What you were referring to from before. But if there was something specific, just yeah, if you got more specific.
My favorite question. On the free trading queue, I believe you cannot get this. On the free trading queue, if I'm not mistaken, you can get only the fixed range volume profile, which is a manual placement, like the drawing tool. You can find it under where you choose for the long and short positions to draw over your chart. It's right here. An anchored volume profile as well. For the indicators, I'm quite sure that you do have to have the paid trading view. And once you do, it's called the VRVP, the visible range volume profile. And it shows you the volume distribution over the whole candles that you can see on your chart right now. So all the candles from the beginning to the current one, it's going to be reflecting how the volume was distributed. So in this case, it's let's say until from September 29th until today.
There you go, nice. But yeah, you need the paid version.
Yeah, you do need the paid version.
And not even the basic ones. Hey, you need like a couple of tiers.
Yeah, I think they only like allow in higher versions now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Courtney asking, what's your TP for that?
I don't have a TP for
before.
that. That's the thing with gold. The past for several weeks I was trading without TP, and I just look at the moment on how the price is reacting, and choose to close my trade depending on the reaction of the price. So I don't have the TP set for that.
Just happy to let it run.
Yeah, if it goes, if it goes higher, I'm just gonna be raising my stop loss as well, together with the movement. Whenever the price creates a new volume area, I just raise my stop loss below this volume area.
Yeah.
But then if it shows me the the sign that it might reverse, for example, and it closes below this current volume area, then I'm gonna be closing it manually, even if it doesn't hit my stop loss in profit. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. Just give me a second. I'm just adjusting some stuff.
Yeah. Rootweek, this is something that you need to reach out to the support. They're super responsive and going to help you, but usually it takes approximately like maximum 48 hours, not more than that.
Yeah. So it'll depend. Yeah. Sometimes if there's like backlog or something, it might take a bit longer or something like that. But
if you need something extra, yeah. But
yeah. Normally it's pretty quick. It should be within 48 to 72 hours at most. Often it's the next day. So yeah, just like Yasin said. So King Crane asking, are you anchoring it from midnight? That's not. Yeah, you're not anchoring
the volume profile. What?
No, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the question about.
I think he's asking about the the volume.
So no, this is just like automatic. It calculates it automatically and places automatically. If I anchored the fixed range volume profile, I choose either the trending movement, so let's say from the bottom of this movement to the current level where the price is right now, or on the range. So let's say if I have the range, then I'm gonna place my volume profile over this range, and then I'm gonna find this zone here, which can be the zone of my entry for a buy. So in this case, because the price exited to the buy, wait until the price comes back here, and this is my buy setup. For example, if it would go below the range afterwards and it comes back to the range, I would be selling it. So I either place it mainly on the ranges, so from the first candle that stops the price towards the last candle that is still within the same range, approximately. One or two candles is not going to change a lot because it's a bigger volume accumulation, or for the whole movement, let's say from the bottom to the top, or from the swing high to the bottom. So this is how I place the volume profile normally.
Perfect. Wonderful. We had a question about pound Aussie just before from Michael. So pound Aussie would be pretty similar to Euro Aussie that we were talking about before. I do see further upside for Euro Aussie as well as pound Aussie right now. This would be a general kind of cluster up here. As you can see, price sort of stalled out the lows of this higher trading range on that spike before. Overall, I'm not super bullish pound Aussie in general. Just like when we did have these sort of big collapses coming through, I'd sort of lean on that more. I don't think we'd actually get the full run. I think we're likely to make a marginal move higher just based on the outperformance from Euro dollar and pound dollar today relative to Aussie dollar. You can see here, if I take that away, 0.23%, 0.07, and pounds up 0.19. So they collectively are having a better day today versus the Aussie complex. Aussie dollar's been quite strong for a little while now on a relative basis as well, so it's sort of taking a bit of a breather. So yeah, I'm not crash hot on large upside, but I would say you have a general tilt to the upside right now. I'd probably say there's better assets to trade at the minute, because this is pretty, pretty unclear in this range, really.
What are your general thoughts on pound, actually? I've been waiting for the sell-off yesterday, and it dropped a little bit, but not as much as I expected, to be fairly honest.
So, euro dollar, pound dollar. I am looking basically for another little sort of final gasp higher, pretty much, and then some kind of sell-off through here. It's the same thing how right now euro dollar is looking pretty alright. I have a slight tilt to the upside. I feel like this whole area up here is pretty thin air though. Just like from the past couple of days, we've had a lot of attempts and pretty strong drives higher on good volume, only to just get washed out. And we haven't really made any decent ground higher. So if we sort of fail to do so today, like we make this run up, if that'll actually work, there we go. If we make this run up to the prior highs here, I'm going to be looking for that to either, it needs to really like push on, or we potentially like fail through here and then come right down. And I think at that point, this momentum sort of fades altogether, and then we make even deeper lows. So that's kind of what I've been looking at. Same with dollar yen here after this massive downdraft. This is the point I was looking for today. Basically, we got to either push on from here when we're talking about dollar yen, so the prior lows from yesterday. Otherwise, you might find support here and then start rising up, and then hence euro dollar, pound dollar to come off. The other point for dollar yen to make another dip further is down to about 146.20.
Yeah, that's exactly the level I'm also looking for.
Yeah. So I would prefer to see euro dollar, pound dollar make a final push higher. Dollar yen meets that level, and then you get the criteria across the board that dollar yen starts to turn around or starts to base there. Hence euro dollar, pound dollar also come off, and you get overall dollar strength. Because looking at the Dixie, we've made a lot of attempts lower to come up. We've got definitely lower highs coming through on the Dixie, but I feel like somewhere through here we should find support eventually. So, yeah. I think today will be critical
Sorry?
I think today will be critical though, because we need to really crack those prior lows there for the Dixie. Like if we manage to just come down, meet them, we could turn up again from there. So.
I'm looking for indices today as well. We renewed the previous all-time highs. I'm looking for the S&P 500 at this very moment for the upwards continuation, perhaps. NASDAQ looks a little bit worse from my perspective, but S&P 500 looks quite interesting.
Yeah, I haven't looked at indices yet today. See, this is what was happening before. See how it's just loading forever, right?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. And yeah, Courtney, yeah, we did. So basically, because of the government shutdown, no non-farm payroll this week on Friday. And it'll possibly be next week, because if the government's still shut down, then it'll be delayed yet again. So. Yeah, NASDAQ on an absolute tear, that's for sure. Part of that also came in, I think, on the back of the OpenAI $500 billion raising round. So hence, another boost to all the chip makers and AI. Don't want to call it mania, that is like legitimate, but AI craze, I guess, right now. So are you looking for continuation of this, basically, on the indices?
Yeah, I'm looking for the continuation, but the S&P 500 looks better from my perspective. So NASDAQ, I'm recalling that it might drop a little bit further, whereas S&P, I'm looking approximately from the same level as it is right now, from the market price continuation back higher.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I feel like, personally, I'd be, as far as like structuring the trade, finding an entry, yeah, I guess. Leaning on those prior tops there or something. I think I'd want to see a pullback to there to potentially run higher. But yeah, I mean, the strength in indices right now it's crazy, for sure.
So you would look for some movement to the downside before the next push up?
Just as far as like an entry, just for like, sort of risk reward standpoint, being able to place, stops or whatever at a more healthy parameter, right? Otherwise, like if you're here at spot, I'd be pulling it down like here, and then how much upside? I don't know. I guess you just let it run, see where we get to 6,800 or something. What's the measured move from there? 638. Are we now? 720. So yeah, another 80 to 100 upside. That's still not too bad, to be fair.
Yeah, it's still not too bad actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
The reason I'm looking at it is because yesterday before the market closure, we had lots of volume coming in the market as well. And today we've been respecting this. So this low on the 15 or 30-minute time frame, if you zoom in, this is exactly where the volume was. So right here you have the low that the price was just found. Where, this one.
Yeah.
So
that is sat right on my 10 moving average as well. That's sort of the qualifier for it to still be valid. I use.
So that's the reason I'm looking for the continuation too. So what? Not 100% sure about that. I do prefer to trade indices. So that's a different chart. Unfortunately, I do prefer to trade indices when the New York session starts though. Because recently I just couldn't find the good entries during London. Even if it does, it makes another deep afterwards. And I don't know, last couple of months I tried to not trade indices much in the London. Unlike before, actually, London was better for me. But here, this is what I'm talking about, this big volume here. I also have some clusters volume on another screen that I can see right coming in the market here, which is right before the market closure. So the price has been rejecting it ever since. We have the point of control of this whole upwards movement here. We are closing above it as well. The only things that I really don't like, and I would prefer it to be different for a buys, and that would also be my really good confirmation for buys, is that we are actually below the value area high. So we are still inside the value area with the fair value zone for S&P 500. So I want the price to exit this zone and close above this line, which is the value area high, for the upwards continuation, because the moment the price exits value area to the upside or to the downside, it shows the momentum of either one of the sides for me personally. So the fact that we are still under this value area high is stopping me from buying it immediately now. Otherwise I would just buy it now with stops below this volume spikes, or to be completely safe below this volume spike here, and then just let it run. But this doesn't really fit in my ID currently.
Yeah, that was a similar place I had the stops on there. If you're at market, if you went at spot, But yeah, I agree. I'd prefer either the break or else a pullback, and then lean on the pullback point, right?
Yeah.
So, hey Legion, how we doing? U.S. government shutdown. How does it connect to stocks? Will they dip on New York Open? No. The government shutdown's already priced in. Market doesn't care. Investors, traders have fatigue with the whole government shutdown, political football being kicked around, with the budget ceiling, all that kind of stuff. We've been here before. We've seen it play out. It doesn't really change too much. It's pretty much just being shrugged off. So. I think there's another question for you from before.
Yes. So I am in the gold trade right now already. So I'm buying gold immediately. I'm holding it at this very moment. So there are no confirmations needed for me for buying it because I'm already in the trade. So for gold, I'm buying it from, I'm going to tell you exactly, on the futures chart, my entry is 3899.5 right here. So 3899.5. So this is my entry for gold currently. I didn't need any confirmations. I'm waiting for it for running to the upside. The moment it closed, the hourly candle, the moment it closed above this level, gave us a little bit of pullback. I was buying it immediately. So there is nothing else that I'm looking for necessarily. In terms of exiting, if this is what you are asking about, then it can be many things. One of the main ones is basically the volume accumulation, that the price is closing like below the volume accumulation if I'm buying. Because if I want to buy and I want to stay in a long position, I want the volumes to be below the price. So whatever the volumes are, either you're looking at the footprint, you're looking at the cumulative delta, the disbalance between asks and bids, whatever you are looking for the current, like more volume spikes coming in the market, like cluster volume and so on. The whole idea is for me that if the price continues, and let's say it goes higher and it accumulates the volume here, I want it to go higher so I can place my stop loss below the recent volume accumulation. So the moment the price accumulates the volume and like goes lower and closes below this volume accumulation, this is a sign for me to start thinking about closing the trade. And once again, you can think about this in many different ways. Like again, footprint or just consolidations and so on, or the developing points of control. As you can see here, this is the lines that I'm looking at as well. One, I believe the daily is turned off for me on the trading view. So let's just, this is the weekly. This is the daily, yes. So let's say, show you what else I'm looking for. 1 second. So that's not what I needed. Okay. So the orange line right now, the new orange line that I placed, is the daily the developing point of control. So right now is on trading queue. For some reason, it's still here. Let me just check where it is on my other screen. Yeah, that's pretty much correct. This is where it is right now. So if this developing point of control also goes higher, for example, and closes above the price, and the price is going to be below it, this will be the sign for me to also get out of this trade. Because the volumes will move above the price, which is going to be the selling volume coming in the market. So the developing point of control of the day also can serve as a reason for me to exit the trade. For example, and then there are more things, but that's long story. There is a whole set of different tools that I can look for managing the trade, exiting, entering, like adding to the position and so on.
Good stuff. Oh, it's bright. Oh my god.
Wow, what is that?
I'm just looking at this guy.
Oh, that's really bright. Your eyes, like,
Yeah.
the camera is like this and your eyes are so blue that I can see it even from this camera from the amount of light coming from your screen.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 24800. Or actually, we'll check the S&P ones as well. 6708. Yeah, so that's back into that level. So yeah, as far as the same thing I do for the NASDAQ, I'd typically be looking for like a short into here. For the indices anyway. Something like this. TP into here. And then from that, go long from that level. There's the back. Here we are. On the strikes, we want this. Where are we selling the NAS today? 24,792. That's right. So yeah, that would be pretty similar deal with the NAS as well. So kind of move back into there and then bounce. See how we go though. I don't particularly like that trade today. But
NASDAQ.
Yeah, as far as like the sort of 0DT option expiry stuff I look at, sort of pull back into that level and then see how price reacts around there and then either buy up. But I wouldn't be shorting into that today. Not on the back of this strength, which is held together through Asia after last night's runs. So I'd probably wait for that pullback and then try to find a long. So we've got risk on across the board. Same with like Bitcoin, running right up now. So this was the kind of general move I was looking for Bitcoin, and it's just stormed, vertical. So yeah, very much risk on flows across the board. Dollar yen has come down to that interesting point now, and we are starting to form a slight wick on the 15. No close yet, obviously. But yeah, so this is going to be the piece to look for me for direction of the dollar overall for the session. If dollar yen can actually crush through there or not. So. LJ and Anastasiia, do you guys consider yourself a scalper or swing trader? Kindly don't give the mixed answer and pick one that defines your preference most. Well, I guess there's a third option, which is sort of intraday. Because, swing, you consider multiple days, the week, sometimes a month. Scalp is going to be in and out. A minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 60 seconds sometimes. And then intraday is going to be, through the session, through London, through New York. So, you might have hour, 2, 3, 4 hour holds. I would put myself primarily intraday. That's sort of my preferred. That or swings overall. But yeah, it's mostly intraday. Pretty much all my trading is intraday.
Yeah, mine as well. Majority of my trades are intraday. Sometimes, really rarely, I'll let it run for a couple of days, depending on the situation. Like, for example, gold for the past weeks or something. I can let it run because this trend is extremely strong. But besides this, it's intraday.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it a scalp because it runs for several hours for me usually. The average duration of the trade is approximately 4 to 5 hours for me.
Yeah, I think my average comes out like an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I have some that are like 4 to 5 hours, and then others that are about, I don't know, 50 minutes to an hour or something. So, market is boring today. Nothing's looking clean. Haven't been in any trades today, Rahul. Yeah, it's a little bit like that. Like we've had some of the moves earlier. They haven't exploded out the gate anywhere. It's just been sort of gradual, roll on higher for euro dollar, pound dollar. Aussie dollar's sort of a bit more mixed today. Obviously, Aussie dollar's had some quite good strength, much more than the other majors. But we still do have these higher lows coming through here as well. So still valid. And then dollar yen coming off. And then hence you're seeing the other yen pairs, once this loads, also running down. It's like AUD yen is looking pretty decent because Aussie dollar is a little bit weaker today, especially if dollar yen is going to crack through that basically equal bottom that we're at right now. You can see AUD yen is already starting to do so. So that could even be a good call there. So we've got so the 96.60 the next point I'd probably be looking at, and I actually quite like that. To be fair, might even run this myself. It's also where you have this gap in there, so you'd be closing that gap too. But yeah. View on DAX. We can run over the DAX. I'm sure DAX will be pretty similar to the other indices we're talking about. Okay, it's storming on, even more so. There you go. So yeah, indices across the board, we're looking for probably more upside. I'd say DAX is now contending with those prior highs, right? So
DAX has been horrible for the past months.
Yeah, it has been weird sort of trading. This strength here, basically, I'd probably be looking for where we are now, as far as we're positioned. I'd probably be looking for the break of this zone, right, just above. So those prior all-time highs, and then probably jump in on a break of that. Right now, I'd prefer to see a slight pullback, and then if you're wanting to get in prior to the break, I'd get in on the pullback. That'll be my preference. Similar deal to S&P and the NAS, like I was talking about. Either wait for the small pullback, sort of retest and run, or jump in on the break. Because yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well, Kavika. I can definitely see the indices coming off a bit. I think they will hold together, but next moves I can definitely see it pulling back. So. EU, touched on EU before. I am looking for a move higher still, towards the highs from yesterday. See how we tender up there, if we can actually make a push up into the 118s, or if we end up failing through here, and then we get a pullback from somewhere near those highs. And what I was looking for is that's going to depend a lot on the dollar direction for today, with probably the main driver that you want to look at is dollar yen, how it's faring down here. Whether we get support coming in, buyers coming in, and we start to return higher, or we make an eventual break from that. So we might get the first attempt doesn't come through, pull back up to, that's not straight whatsoever. That's good enough. About 146.90 or so, and then come off. So I'm pretty much using dollar yen as the extra decision catalyst to see where we get movement. So.
Yeah, I'm personally looking for still the upwards movement, at least until the previous recent, like yesterday high, like you're saying, or maybe even until this range here. Again, this is a futures chart, so a little bit different quotes, but maybe even this is the level that I would see potentially for EUR, depending on the jobless claims that are going to come out today. On the pound, though, this is the sell that I was looking at yesterday, and I was selling pound. It did only reach half of the overall movement that I was expecting. I was expecting it to drop all the way here until the previous range at least. It didn't. It ended up approximately like 50-60% of this total move. I'm still waiting for the price to reach the same exact level, and at least so something like this, perhaps for the pound, or even here. Again, depending on the report, this is I think more likely. So approximately the previous yesterday high and then continuation to the downside. And then from here, I would be looking for some more buys actually for the pound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So I think that higher level is going to be contingent on euro dollar also breaking 117.75. If we can get towards 118, pound will probably get up as well. If not, then
Yeah, that's something I'm looking for. Euro. And for euro, I was expecting the price to go slightly lower, to be fairly honest with you. I was expecting a little bit lower levels here as well. So I'm still waiting for the price. If the price can reach this range and renew the previous lows created on the 5th of September. What do you think about that? Are you expecting the short term on the downwards movement for euro?
Yeah, I agree. Dollar yen's come right off. We're coming up to some good support levels. Euro dollar, pound dollar, we've had that move back higher. It hasn't really ripped. It's been a bit indecisive the past number of days. And then obviously the government shutdown, throwing a spanner in the works as far as data for the Fed. But I do think that probability for the December rate cut, as I've said a couple times now, I still think that's too high. I'm not certain we'll get cut, or at least we can't. It's too hard to be pricing that high probability at this point, right? Till after the October Fed might get more clarity, and then you've got November data as well. So there's still a lot to come through to really have that level of confidence that you will get a third cut. So hence, if those probabilities drop back down to 25% or something, you'll see dollar turn up with that. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I agree. What is S&P 500? Yeah, S&P 500 is trying to reject this zone that I was expecting it to. But doesn't seem too strong yet anyway. Barely moving. I'm gonna probably skip the buys on this.
Gold is getting that bullish close though, to be fair, on the...
Yeah, but it's still barely moving. I do hope that the hourly candle is gonna be able to show some strengths, because right now we've been just rejecting this level here. So if we close again below the same level, sure, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna probably move it to break even and then see what happens.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's also barely moving, being honest.
Yeah, market is moving gradually, but it's just being very slow. We are, we are making distance.
I want to see at least 39.15 on the futures quotes today.
Yeah.
And then either this or like continuation afterwards.
Yeah. I agree. I'm leaning on that slight failure
Short.
at the highs and then go short. Yeah. So
I
we'll see.
know.
We'll see.
We'll
See how it plays. Who do you have for Jonatan and Will coming up?
they have their matchup today, the
Yeah,
tournament.
yeah.
Oh, don't ask me this question, please. Why are you doing this to me? I mean, I'm 100% sure Jonatan is listening in the background. I'm 100% sure he is there listening. But
Hey, well,
okay,
you gotta make a choice. You gotta pick.
okay. I'm probably rooting for Will actually.
Okay, there you go.
Jonatan is a great trader, but I think he's much better in the swing positions that he has
That's fair.
than for a short-term period of like trading, especially when the market is not moving like this and it's like super slow. I feel like sometimes he tends to like push it towards something that isn't really there. Jonatan, I know listening in the background, 99% probability, but we still love you.
I reckon like that's going to be the hard part. It's going to be interesting to see because I mean we're not moving heaps right now, so I think it's going to be sort of tough on that measure for both of them to a degree,
Yeah,
right? Because probably whoever just gets the slight correct for whatever small amount of movement that's going to be, will probably take it. Right? It's going to be hard to jump in and out of various trades or assets or whatever. So
yeah, it's either you find this one asset that will be moving at least a little bit, or you don't and you get stuck and you lose on the commissions basically.
yeah,
Even if it goes somewhere break even, eventually you pay the commissions anyway for that.
Yeah, and then it's hard because like, do you trade smaller size so it's less commission, and then you just move a little bit? Because the same deal. If you go higher, it's going to be high commission, but potentially that bit of movement you do get, you clean up enough. So same double-edged sword. If you shuffle down and then market's just not moving, you're kind of stuck. So it'll be very interesting.
Yeah.
How and why did you guys choose to start trading with the 5ers? Just great quality company, honestly. The people, the offering, support, everything, how they operate, all very professional, really care about traders. Got some firms out there that are not so reputable, put it that way. So, obviously long-standing reputation for years and years now, and they've stuck by that and always been solid. So to put it in, sort of 2-second form, that's probably what I'd say. So, and you got a great team, great community. That's the other big part as well. All the people here are really lovely, all really nice. All the hosts here, the Discord, everything. Everyone's great. So, yeah.
I started trading with the 5ers a year and a half ago without expecting much, to be honest with you. I found the 5ers by the reviews and by the really good feedback, and then I was surprised how accurate the good feedback was. Because normally if you have a good feedback about the prop firm, it's not always a reality, it can be fake reviews and so on. But I had never even one issue in a year and a half as a 5ers, not even the slightest. The support is incredibly fast. Like any questions you may have, they solve it immediately. Your withdrawals actually get approved. You don't get rejected over the withdrawals by any crazy rules that they just implemented whenever you're already trading, in the middle of your trading period. So it never happens. It's pretty straightforward, it's clear, it's transparent, and I think this is so important also because you as a trader need to know and have a confidence that your work that you put in, you're gonna get paid for. It's already a difficult job. It's stressful. It's difficult, and whenever you already get to the withdrawal part, if you also get rejected, it also affects us as a traders. As traders, because okay, I put in all this work, all this stress, all this time to have my withdrawal rejected afterwards, especially as a new trader. If it's your first withdrawal, like a second, or this might really matters for you, I think that really affects traders as well.
Yeah, definitely. Reputation, reliability, and trust.
Yeah.
Something very much has to be earned. Not it doesn't just happen by chance. And they've got many years of demonstrating exactly that. So
Yeah.
And yeah, like Kavika said, yeah, very professional, transparent as well. So what is the main indicators of market mean reversal? I mean, that's going to be hard. It's also going to depend what market we're talking about, because like currencies are going to be very different to like a commodity or stocks or something like that, or indices. But generally, you're looking for some kind of indication of failure or exhaustion of a trend. That can be, a peak point. You see the wicks coming in, prices struggling to sustain closes at any of those highs. Obviously, you can use various indicators that would signal overstretched market, things like stochastics, RSIs, that kind of stuff. You have to take them within context, and they're not always 100% reliable. The other portion, I guess, would be outstretch of the ATR, right? So the expected trading range for that day. If you're absolutely monstered on, chances are you're going to get a pullback. So you can look at all the historical data. You can go back, 10, 20 years of the daily percent changes and daily range for, say, something like euro dollar, and can cross compare that, and you'll see it does stay pretty consistent, over decades, right? So anytime you're kind of outpacing that, assuming there's no huge impotence like some kind of central bank shift has been very distinct, and now you've got a whole regime shift, you'll tend to pull back. So. Nice.
Yeah, Camel, I wish. Let me know if you succeed.
Yeah, my prop firm, hey. Let me check my trades right now.
Yeah, my gold is like that. It's barely moving. I mean, I'm in profit. It's climbing, but so slowly. And then look at this 1 minute time frame chart. It's been that.
Yeah, we're not going very far. Hey.
I just hope that it's not gonna do, like this deadly move to the upside and then one candle drop.
Yeah.
Move it to break even now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just checking some stuff. Because yeah, dollar yen does seem to be getting that slight corrective move off those lows just at the minute.
Okay, I place my stops at break even for gold. Whatever happens.
Fair. So yeah, we'll see how far this sort of interim pause for dollar yen goes, or if this is just, we've had how many candles in a row, had a pretty good downdraft. So I'll be looking up here somewhere around 146.80 or so to see if this fails. We go to the 5 minute, you can see the 10 moving average here, which is that other, what's the word? Clarifier I use. Not clarifier, that's the wrong word, but can't think of it. Anyway, point to confirm or disconfirm whether we're still running down. So I would expect we do come up a bit further. and then see if we get another drive lower and can break those double bottom there. How I look for ATR, there's a bunch of different ways to check ATR. I mean, you can look at, there's various indicators for it. You can also literally just do stuff manual, which is how I tend to do so, because I normally look at the context or think about the context from that day. But you just go, okay, where's the start of, okay, Wednesday close, so basically came down to 146.60. Where did we start the day? Wednesday took over there. So through Asia, 148.12. Right, and then you can just manually do that. That's 150 points. You can compare that to yesterday's move, day before. Move through here, right? So that, or you can Google like a daily percent change for the certain currency or asset you're looking at. The thing with that that'll tell you sort of where it ended up. Typically, you'd have to make sure you're actually looking at something that showed the extrema on either side, not where it actually just settled. Because sometimes you'll run up, pull back, and then settle somewhere in between. So.
I really didn't get this question. Your gold is on COMEX. It will move later. No legend effects. If it moves later, it just means that you didn't buy the quotes and the data for the futures on COMEX. I have the data. It's moving simultaneously with the rest of the brokerage platforms and the providers of the quotes together with the TVC or WANDA or wherever you want to put in. If your gold moves later, it becomes because you don't have the quotes and your chart is delayed at least 10 minutes. That's not really how it works. The COMEX doesn't delay after the spot, because if this would be the case, the trading would be fairly simple. You look at the TVC or WANDA, you buy it at COMEX 10 minutes later, and then it moves. I wish it would work like that. That's also not how it works, but sure enough.
TVC, they don't delay, prices continually exchanging hands. If you're seeing delay, it's because you haven't paid for the data for the price feed. So that's how the the exchanges make money. Part of what you have to do is pay for the price feed for the most up-to-date data. Otherwise, you get like a 10-minute or 20-minute delay. That's why often, websites, sometimes you'll look at a certain stock and it's got a 20-minute delay. Or if you go to their own site, it will show a 20-minute delay because you're not paid for the data feed. I saw what you said before, Connie. I have not tried Vortex tool. I have no idea what that is. What is the Vortex tool? Can I get my... I can't even open indicators right now. It's so laggy. Do you mean is Vortex tool like an indicator? Is that what we're talking about? So I can have a look at it.
I've never heard of
this. Okay, I see. So this is like a crossover oscillation type tool, right? The thing I don't like about these oscillated tools is they're always so lagged, right? By the time like this is giving you sort of the buy crossover here, you know, you've already made such a massive move. You know, so I that's like, I feel like they're harder to use in real time. You know, because right now you'd be looking at this saying, okay, we're probably due for these to come back together because we're at the sort of outer extremes, right? I mean, price can go so much further. And then so you got to say, okay, do I buy at the outer extreme on there? And then same with this, that would have been lagged and delayed, would have missed all of that. I feel like they often look good in like hindsight, but the evolving price action, I don't know, I feel like there's not much edge there because it's too sort of lagged. But Vortex by David Tech. I don't know, I've clicked it. It's being laggy again. Okay, there we go. Interesting.
Never heard about it before.
Interesting. I'd have to try and have another look at it. I feel like it's the same. This is just another way of showing it, just like when we were looking here with the it triggering that buy entry there and like exit short here. I don't know. I feel like you've missed so much. You've given up. Like if you sold through here, exited the short there after the jump up. I mean, I guess if you then take it contextually within your own, after the trade is set, you know, you would have jumped out on the spike low there, surely, if you're in a sell from up here. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could use it in that manner. It probably works a lot better in trending markets, I would say, which FX is very back and forth. So yeah, on some of these like larger drives and where we're getting these strong impulsive candles, not too bad, but I don't know. I'd have to sort of back test a bit more, and you probably need better exit qualifiers. I think the exit qualifiers are what I don't particularly like. It's interesting though.
I don't know, I'm so far from the indicators already by now that it's like, I honestly think that everything is just delayed besides obviously the price and the volume itself. So I'm not, like, my brain is completely unwired on how to use all the indicators and get a trading system based on them.
Yeah, and typically a lot of the stuff that that's kind of out there, you know, everyone knows it's out there, so the alpha is kind of squeezed out of it because there's going to be people running this stuff back to front with algos.
Yeah, and
this doesn't look too bad, but
yeah. But it also just like takes something that already happened, the move that already happened on the price change, and mathematically puts it in different formulas, and then based on these formulas, it gives you the outcome as in the shape of this specific indicator. But in the end of the day, it still takes the move that already happened by the price, the same as the resize oscillators, the same as I don't know, Ichimoku cloud and so on. You know, so it shows in my personal understanding and the way that I see it, and the reason I don't use it. I'm not saying it's not profitable. I'm 100% sure It can be, and there are many people who use indicators and they are profitable, but there's something that we need to realize is that it's all lagging. It's taking the data that already happened, and then it puts it in a formula in the visual representation for us, so it can be easier to perceive and take our decisions upon it.
Some of the entries didn't look too bad, to be fair with that. But yeah, I'd
But
have
it
to do more testing on
marks
it.
up the entries, right? I can see it.
Oh,
Does
I took it off now, but it was just by the time there was the exit, like one of the buys was over here, which was fair decent, but I feel like there's a lot of context that would have needed to be added.
But also the
I think
question, it was marking up the entries with the arrows, right? If I'm not mistaken.
yeah, it's when there's like the crossover, and Courtney was saying that like you can change some of the parameters and stuff, I guess, but like for instance, entering the sort of buy signal I was giving over here, I'd really be looking at that, and you'd buy off this break here, right? And then from that run, it said to exit it like down here. So I think if you put in your own secondary considerations, you would have exited at the top for sure, like especially if you're long from down here. So yeah, I think and that's what indicators are for. Like they're not meant to be the holy grail. You use it as like assistive piece. So in that sense, not too bad. But yeah, I'd have to play around with it more overall. Eurodollar pulling back a touch with that dollar yen move, sort of bouncing off the double bottom there. So we'll see where we sort of pause, if we pause, and start to continue to move higher. You can see right now we've come back into my 10 moving average, this sort of qualifier piece, to say whether uptrend is still valid. So we're playing around on that right now. Dollar yen is sort of starting to stall out here from that small sort of 10 pip bounce. So yeah, overall market is a bit snoozy, no doubt. So I'm just seeing if I've missed anything from comments. Yeah, we got Jonatan and Will coming up, I think, in like 12 minutes, by the way, guys. So get ready for that. Where are my levels for today? And Friday's going to be quiet now. I feel like the rest of this trading week is going to be quiet, to be honest, with shutdown. Well, I guess there's just tomorrow now. It's Thursday. I keep forgetting it's Thursday already. Might consider longs here on the Aussie, I think, now that we've pulled back. I'm going to enter this and look for the drive up to there. I think this is decent from here. Same with euro dollar. I think I might start to take that since we are quite quiet. I haven't taken any trades today, so probably go for that first interim point at 65. See how we play around there and potentially moves above the highs from that as well. So I'll just jump over to your chart for a sec. I'll be back in 25 seconds.
Gold was almost hitting my break-even. My entry is right here, my break-even is right here. So it was almost at my break-even, and right now it shoot back up. So hopefully it's gonna be holding. There is some volume coming in the market, came in the market right here on this move to the upside. So we can pretty much see it on the volume profile as well. I'm looking at the other chart, and right now the price is trying to close above it, which is quite good. And now we are pushing higher, great. So as long as we don't keep doing this in a channel, and it's not gonna hit my break even based on like just a channel in movement, that would be great. Right now on the 1 minute time frame, it doesn't look too convincing. It's still a little bit that, and I think that what LJ just said a second ago, that's pretty accurate. I think it's gonna be quite slow the rest of the week. And I'm gonna be, majority of my trades I'm already postponing for the next week. I'm not really expecting much from this one so far anymore. But it's not doing too bad actually right now. So the trade is running. Look at this. Look at that. Yeah, of course. You have any? You can ask any question that you may have. That's why we're here.
Yeah, fire away with whatever questions, guys, because markets are sort of quiet. So, go for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that gold is sort of starting to move now, which is nice.
Yeah, it's trying to climb. I was just saying that I do hope that it's not gonna just swing in this channel and hit my break even, which is right here. So this is my break even level currently.
Just okay. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, I think I mean, unless New York comes in and we start firing on. I go to you can see all the options volumes are way down, the volatilities way down at the minute. So yeah, snoozy end of the week looks to be on the cards. Options expires today. 117.50, 1.8 billion, 85, 2.1 billion. So yeah, we could get a bit of a draw. 1.8, it's 117.90 from options there. 2.1 billion at 66 Aussie dollar. That's probably part what's holding it back as well.
Yeah.
Aussie dollar today. We got Rich in the background.
Kurti, all the videos that I've had are just by accident, just because I already did it. So to be honest with you, I still can't get myself to like be active on the social media. It's like I really feel like I should, but then on the other hand, I really don't find the reason why.
Yeah.
So we had the interesting conversation with a friend yesterday, and I came to the conclusion that I really don't know if I should be active as a trader on the social media, and I want to be active, or is it like a opinion that is the social opinion more than anything else, and it's been just put upon the trader that, okay, if you are trading, you should be out there, you should be public, you should be showing it, and creating content and so on. But that black and white fact is that the content isn't paying me.
Yeah.
Why I'm not doing it. I mean, like, it's not paying me. So the fact that like the time that I would spend on content creation is so much time that it's not worth it so far.
Yeah, that's the trouble if you're trading, and I mean, you actually make money trading, right? It's the
and if I'm not
time
trading,
proposition is very tough.
Yeah, and if the market is slow and I don't trade, like for example, if gold now is like gonna hit my break even, I'm gonna be like, okay, you know what, like I'm done because there is nothing else that I'm looking at currently. Then I'm gonna spend this time, if I don't have anything else to do currently in this minute, I'm gonna go rest and I'm gonna come back, recover to the charts and be able to make more money. Then I'm gonna go create content, gonna be exhausted by it, and then when the market is good, I'm gonna miss it because of this. So I still can't find this like reason, and that's why I have 70,000 pictures and videos on my phone and nothing on my social media, barely.
Yeah.
it's that.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. Hey. Definitely. Willie was asking, was that typing? Come on. So yeah, NAS 100. I was looking for that sort of pullback. I don't like shorting it today because we are pressing these all-time highs. We were talking about this before. I'd probably, rather than trying to short to the options level today, I'd probably rather wait for it to come to there and then potentially just buy off of that or else buy a break of these highs, like a convincing break. Obviously, we had a slight tout over it here, but a convincing break, and then look for that run. There just seems to be a lot of positive momentum at the moment. So when you have that, I don't like to stand in front of that, even if the options are pricing that way. I'd rather wait for us to move to that level and then buy from there instead of trying to play against the current momentum. We're seeing the same thing, like Bitcoin has, been rocketing as well. So it's very much risk on sort of sentiment across the board with that at the minute. But yeah, we got Will and Rich in the background as well. You guys can jump in whenever you want. Feel free.
I don't have the access. There we go. Hello.
You ready? You pumped?
Dude, I was born ready. No, I'm ready, man. I'm all good. I got the terminal all logged in. I'm ready to go. Truth be told, I hadn't loaded my server properly, so I jumped into yesterday's session, and I was like, "Why is nothing loading properly?"
Where is it?
I said, Jonatan, I was like, "Dude, I may be a bit late. I don't think my thing's working." And then he was like, "Mate, you're on the wrong day." And then I said the same to Rich, and he was like, "Dude, you're on Wednesday." And I was like, "Am I?" So I reloaded the server properly, and it updated, and I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Oh, for God's sake."
If this is how the day's gonna start, I don't know how this competition's gonna turn out for Will today.
Mate, I know. To be fair, I've had a really good start to the day, though. I'll bring up my trade history later on, after the competition, for my daily trading. But so I'm only trading my 5ers funded account on streams. So that's on our morning stream with Rich and the 5ers stream here with you guys. So they're the only two times I'm trading this account, and we managed to smash out about $154 this morning. So pretty good.
Nice. That's good. Peace.
What's the account
Very
size?
decent.
Say it again.
What's the account size?
100k. Yeah, 100k. Bit of drawdown at the moment, but that puts me up at about $800 up for the week so far. So it's pretty good. Not too bad. I think it's like 170 after commissions.
So
and that's an account that he has been trading purely on stream.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So you're ready because you've been actually trading, because we're looking at the market and we're like, the market is dead. What are they gonna do in this tournament today?
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm ready, man. Like, I'm ready for this. Like, I've been in and out of the market. Truth be told, it would have been nicer if I was trading this morning against Jonatan, because I caught some lovely moves. But gold. So I'm gonna bring my screen up. Oh no, I haven't even shared my screen. Hang on.
Jonatan is gonna be a little bit late though.
Yeah, I think he's trying to fix his camera.
No, he's sitting on the toilet. The camera's the excuse. He's currently sitting on the toilet.
Dude, he's been on the toilet with the mic on, so.
Where's his screen? Come on, man.
Yeah.
But Gabriel, pound yen, I'd be careful. Yen's very strong today, so I wouldn't be betting on a reversal from today. So yeah, go on.
Rahul, Will, last time Deri said I was born ready, he lost. Just saying. Yeah, well, I was born ready, so you know, I probably wasn't actually. I was too ready. Yeah. So this.
Sorry, Will. The thing is, Will is used to these kind of like trading competitions because he does it every Friday. And Friday is also like traditionally like a little bit of a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Friday's
Right,
competition day.
Have I put in? Yeah, no, I think I've put it in. I can't taste the honey in my coffee. I'm trying to debate. Did I put honey in? I really don't know. Anyway,
Enters on the Wednesday stream, doesn't put any honey in his coffee. Mate, it's not boding well for you today. The only godsend is the fact that Jonatan is having some technical difficulties at the moment. You might just win by default.
Hey, yeah, what have we done? Show up. Like, do I win by default or do we have to reschedule the match?
I don't know. Look.
I mean, what happened
The thing
to
is, he controls it, so he makes his own rules probably.
He's like, oh, reschedule. Yeah, so anyway, I will show you this gold analysis I did. We did this live on stream. It was super cool. I wanted to take it, but it wasn't an A+ setup because of this price action to my left. So I was really gutted about this price action here. Had these really weird moves to the left not have happened, I would have taken this trade on 2 occasions. So I would have had a breakout trade, which I would have traded. If I get my, there we go. I would have traded here. And then that would have been a 0.5 lot all the way up and TP'd at this top line here. And then I would have put another 0.5 lot, giving me a full whole position in on a break and retest of this area here. So 2 areas. It was a breakout instant buy and a break and retest buy. And they both would have absolutely ripped the TP apart. So real shame I didn't get in that, but no, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy. The analysis played out. It wasn't my best setup, so that's why I didn't take it. I doubted myself a little bit, and in the journal as a positive trade setup, but nonetheless it was a B setup, so wasn't what I wanted to take on gold. Had this have been on any other pair like EU/GU that I've got a lot of backtested data for, I would have taken it being a B setup, but because it wasn't my most strongest current asset being gold, I didn't take it. So bit of transparency for you there, guys. That is my gold analysis from today. Didn't take it, but would have hit a TP. And then EU is really cool. EU I was buying, and I think I was buying about here. I don't know. I'll show you after the competition when I bring my 100k up.
Fair. I think Anastasiia is in similar gold position.
Yeah, I'm in a buy for gold as well, and I'm looking now at S&P 500 that I was looking for buys too, and it would be in profit right now, but I also didn't take that one. But I'm in a gold. It's at the break even, so with a stop loss because it's been quite rangy, and I'm not sure if it's gonna actually reach the target or not.
Where are you targeting on gold?
Well, at least towards. Let me just open that. At least towards 39.15 on the futures chart. Mm-hmm. So that's another $10 from here.
Okay, fair. You're not thinking new all-time highs?
I'm thinking all-time highs.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Jonatan in the background.
oh, about.
He's coming in.
I'm also thinking.
We're going.
Yeah. Bye. Rich has gone too. Rich is. See you later, Rich.
See you guys next week. Cheers.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Well, this is something I'm looking for gold. So either 39.15, approximately the previous high.
Oh, we got Rich as well.
Volume
Oh,
here.
so many people, and we got 3 people.
You're horrible.
That was 6 people.
I'm gonna mute my mic because I would like to hear what Anastasiia is saying, and
I'm trying my hardest over here.
Can we just mute Jonatan and kick him out?
Go on, Anastasiia, carry on.
So, well, this is what I'm looking for gold. So there's some volume here, either 39.15 and then another drop, or we break through this and then I'm gonna be holding it for the highs. But
Wow, interesting. I'm gonna bring my chart up. This is what I've marked out. I haven't marked the directional bias yet, but I think your area is just a little bit above mine. So this is the area
it's
I've marked out.
on the edge of yours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super interesting. That's really cool.
Okay, Jonatan, you're fine.
Very good analysis. Very good analysis. But we got something coming up. Will is going to get absolutely destroyed today. He has no
Is there another
idea what's
competition
waiting.
after this?
A level of confidence.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know what I'm gonna do? Most of the time, I'm just gonna be drinking coffee. I'm gonna be making coffee. I'm gonna be drinking coffee. I'm just gonna enter, and then I'll just let the market guide my way towards victory. That's the plan for today. What about you, Will? What's the plan? What's the plan, man? The man with the plan. I hope you have a plan.
Dude, the plan is to
Otherwise,
win.
you're the man.
That is the plan. The plan is to win. That's
Okay,
the
that's a
only plan.
really vague plan.
It's the best plan. It's the only plan.
Right, we'll see about that. Do you have your account all set up and ready to go?
Everything's ready to go, my friend. Everything's ready to go.
Great. That means I need to set up mine as well. That's definitely LJ. Yeah.
How'd you know?
Yeah. All right. So let me see. Which account am I going to use here?
It's going to be interesting with where the market is, I reckon, for you guys. I think you both got a pretty good shot here.
Yeah,
So-
very good. Very interesting. How you doing, Rich? You haven't said a word.
I'm good. I didn't expect we had the trading competition right this moment, so I'm excited to be a spectator in this. Normally I'm live trading, so I'm just gonna sit back, watch you guys, see if I get a better read on you than last time.
You know, there's a reason why you're here, and I think throughout the trading competition here or the trading tournament, well, you and I will have a little private discussion in WhatsApp, right? So. You do what you do best, monitoring the markets, right? And I'm gonna have GU up here on MetaTrader, and then if you see something, you could just send me a quick little message on WhatsApp, and
Nice.
what I can do is I can I can give you an account for the help.
There is 100%
Throwing out the prize.
that will know exactly when you start placing positions on GU and EU. Will know 100% they're not your trade ideas. Will's traded with me for too long, and he'll fish us out.
probably.
Yeah.
All right, it says I'm on an invalid account, so I just have to double check the make sure I got the right account.
I'm going to have to jump out. I've got to get to the supermarket before it closes.
Yeah.
I'll be
LJ.
watching in the background. So I'll see you guys
All
later.
right, take care, man.
This is
Yeah.
LJ.
Guys, I'm also gonna be jumping out. Good luck, everyone.
Awesome
Thank
stuff.
you,
man.
Anastasiia.
See you later.
Catch you later.
See you.
Bye.
Did you
And then
see
there
how
were
she
four.
said good luck, everyone? She didn't say good luck, Will. She said good luck, everyone.
Well, I know. Well, I didn't want to let you know, mate, but she's already messaged me personally saying, dude, like, I'm rooting for you. Jonathan's crap.
Yeah, because you obviously need that type of support. I don't need it.
I was about to say.
He was like, she was like, mate, like, honest to God, like, no one thinks that Jonathan's going to win this.
Yeah.
Well, she has given her support for Will live on stream, so she said she's rooting for Will. So
Really? Did she really say that?
Wait, did you?
you can play back the stream.
I don't even remember her saying that. Are you sure?
Dude, I gotta send her a message. Hi, Anastasiia.
You're sad.
I've just heard the disturbing news that you are rooting for Will. Is that correct, or is this just one huge misunderstanding?
Please deny or confirm the allegations.
Yeah.
Okay.
How you getting on with that account?
She probably listening. She wrote me something. Anastasiia, I don't know what that means. Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, Will. But she said it's a huge misunderstanding. It's all a big misunderstanding.
Are you sure you've got Google Translate all right there? That the Ukrainian
I was
to
gonna
English.
say, yeah, you sure? Like, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's a similarity between like, I'm rooting for Will and Jonatan's crap, but last time I checked, that's probably
No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's a big misunderstanding. But I guess we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so apologize for the delay here. I'm trying to log into the right account. This is what happens when you've got so many accounts and you're gonna have to close some of them.
Yeah, to be fair, I know.
Wow,
Well,
what a
I did it
low-key
twice.
brag.
Sorry, what?
What
No,
a
they're all
low-
disabled. Like they're all failed. It's just they're still in there.
Guys, I don't know which one to log into. Oh, woe is me.
No. The problem is like I have many accounts, but very few of them are actually active. All right, so I'm in.
Invalid as hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I don't know
Right,
why I'm
so
so
I'm in,
nervous. I get so nervous for these competitions. I have no idea why.
Well, I know why. I know why. Because now you're up against me, and this is actually the first time I'm not nervous at all throughout these competitions. Not at all. Not at all. I don't even feel it. There's just nothing. I feel like I'm just numb.
I think I'm just more nervous
Maybe
for my
that's the
job.
panic
like,
attack I just had before going live when I realized I'm coming up against you.
I think I'm a bit more nervous for like the future of my job streaming with the 5ers if I beat Jonatan. I think that's the only thing I'm nervous for. Actually beating
we'll
you,
talk-
like, dude,
yeah.
I'm so okay with.
Yeah, and there's a big risk. There's definitely a big risk associated with that. So
So, Jonatan, Will has a forfeit if he loses to you today.
Oh god,
I don't know if he's mentioned this to you, so the stakes are quite high for Will today. If he
they're
loses,
very, very high.
Yeah,
if
that's
he
fine.
loses,
Rich,
do you see
Rich,
that
have you heard
little-
about we're doing a wild card, which means you have the opportunity to get back into the competition. We're going to be sending out a survey, a poll to the community, asking them which of their favorite trader they want back into the competition, and the 4 most popular one are going to be entered into the current round that we're doing. So, well, this is actually not the semifinals. I'm sorry, man. You have to do one extra round. This is actually the quarterfinals.
We're doing an extra round.
Yeah, so we're doing one more round. So we're going to be introducing 2 more matchups in this round. That's going to be the wild card matchup. So we got the 4. Right now, I think we have 4 favorite. That would be Victor, Rich, Anastasiia, and LJ. So they have, and of course, then everyone else that has been in the competition does have a chance to get back in. Like Richard, for example. Hi. You can also get back in, but you're not.
Yes, so that could be. But when you spoke about the favorites, there's only one Rich that is favorite, and it's the one that's right below my name tag.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, what you did? Dude, you know what? I thought you were gonna match my my
Richard,
5.
okay?
So wait, when are we going to do this poll? When does this happen?
Whenever I actually make the poll and send it out, that's when we're gonna do it.
Fair.
Hold on a second. Does this mean that you're waiting for the outcome of today's competition before you actually go and put the poll?
Depends on who wins, you know.
More names on that list.
No, me and Will, we're not allowed to get back. So me and Will are not going to be on that list. It's only the ones that get thrown out before the quarterfinals. So otherwise, I mean, I've already, done so much that I shouldn't be doing. For example, like when I created the whole challenge, I automatically placed everyone in their matchup. I let the program do an automatic shuffle, and then I'm like, click again. I don't, I got paired up with LJ, and it's like, nope, let's do that again. Then I got paired up with Rich. I'm like, nah, let's do that again. And then finally I got paired up with Dirk, and I thought, well, Dirk is not a low time frame trader. So, yeah, and that worked out well. So, no, I'm not going to be able to get into the wild card. Otherwise, I will be deemed unworthy of the upcoming trophy that I will most definitely get my hands on. I literally already have my hands on it. Question is...
Pog saying, William, show us your diabolical chart. I missed seeing that horror. Ouch. Dude, I've had some horrific charts. I had a pink candy floss chart at one point. That was good fun. Couldn't read any analysis on it, but that was quite fun.
Right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna start at 10 to whatever time is.
Okay.
We're gonna start in 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Come on.
Stuff like that.
Let's go.
I'm not gonna be very active with the whole streaming thing here. I'm gonna actually try to focus on what I'm doing.
Well, that's why Rich and Richard is here. So you guys do you, and we'll do us.
Right.
What's going on with P&L? Are we showing P&L, or are we not bothering with P&L now?
I think what we should do is just show it, because honestly, like when I
show it.
Because I feel like it doesn't really matter in this matchup against Rich. I had to hide it, so otherwise he would have won. But now I feel like it doesn't matter. Now we'll do it for show. You know what I mean?
Entertainment value.
Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna share my MetaTrader. And then you guys feel free to switch between our screens, and we'll show P&L. On a completely unrelated note, I've started a 24-hour fast.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, because I had a conversation with my fiance yesterday. Water, yeah, that's right. Water.
Just a waterfall.
So she was scrolling through Instagram, right? And she saw this influencer, and she's just like, wow, he's doing intermediate fasting. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm also doing intermediate fasting. Am I not really, I'm also pretty cool, And then she said, but he's skipping dinner. I'm like, who cares? I'm skipping breakfast. And she's like, well, you would never be able to skip dinner. I'm like, watch this. I'm going to do a 24-hour fast for like 1 week. We cannot let them win. Guys, for all the men out there, we can't let them win. So 100%. From now on, I'm a 24-hour fasting kind of person.
you know what?
If you want a challenge? I did a 72-hour fast. There you go.
You were grumpy.
I was horrible. I was awful. I was really grumpy. Even the missus said to me, she's I don't like you right now. You're really grumpy.
Yeah, that's actually a good tactic. You know what I mean? Like she said, oh, you can't fast, and then you actually fast, and you show how miserable you become, and she's like, oh well, okay, it's not. Yeah, really
you're not
that.
allowed to fast anymore. You can, you're just not allowed to. Say you're not allowed to fast anymore after being a hangry person for so long.
No, I'm allowed to fast. I'm just not allowed to fast for any more than 48 hours. And if I'm doing like gym work, I gotta take do a little less exercise.
Hey, we're starting. We actually started.
Oh, let's go.
All right, let's go.
All right, Rich. Now that these two Muppets are too busy, you and I can finally have a discussion.
Dude, I've been waiting for this for ages. We haven't had that chance to have a catch up for a little while. So first of all, let's address the elephant in the room. Who's your money really on?
It's Will.
Jonathan, don't worry, mate. I'll got you. to avoid getting kicked off.
To be honest, you're probably rooting for Will as well. Like you guys go a while back with Traditions. I feel like I'm the underdog here today, which is no problem at all. You know, the I don't know. I was gonna say something. Let's focus on Sean instead. You know, oh, he can add himself back. Sorry about that, Richard. I'll come back.
I was gonna say, pretty sure he can't add himself back.
Yeah. Like I just got muted like mid sentence. Boom. Bye. No,
yeah, that's how we.
I love both of you guys, Jonatan and William. I absolutely adore the way that you trade, and I believe that both of you are like incredible traders. But I have traded against William before, and I've seen the way that he trades, and it's in line with the way that I trade. So I'm backing him I'm backing myself by backing him. So sort of to say. So. And
well, I did hear that you were you're full margin, I believe. Already.
Not yet. I'm not full margin.
Who's okay? We're on Will's screen at the moment.
Yeah,
and I'm seeing some trades. And this is Jonatan's screen, and it's bear.
Yeah.
Rich, who's your money on? If you had to vocalize.
So I didn't catch Will's screen, but I can say there is something fundamentally wrong with Will today if he's not trading the pound.
Actually, I'm not. I'm not even in a pound trade. I'm in euro right now. I'm not in pound.
You look at the pound chart, it just screams opportunity. Like to me, I'm like, Will's going to be in the pound. There's no.
Haven't
you
even
leave
looked
money
at
on the table if you're not.
I'll have a look in a second.
So you're in gold of all things.
I'm in gold.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, gold doesn't look horrible.
Hang on, I'm confused because at the top it says Rich's screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe Remy in the background could say change that so Will's scene is supposed to say Will's screen.
Well, we've got that nice little logo at the bottom right to indicate that it's Will's screen at least.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, fair point. Yeah, I'm amazed. I didn't actually put that on this new account, so I'm assuming it's just changed over with the account. Okay. Looks like I got to be careful with how much margin I'm putting through now. Because I'm running out. I'm running out of buying power.
You're full margin already in the first 5 minutes. Excellent.
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
Hey, if the trade's there, why not, right?
I mean, the trade's there. She needs to play out.
Yeah, this is the. I'm kind of doing this this study at the moment and talking about like triggers. And one of the things that I recognize is like we get these internal triggers and then we get these external triggers. And what you're doing right now for me would be an external trigger, is like a full margin. And that's one of the things I had to be really conscious of going into a competition. I'm not going to trade in the typical sense that we would, you know when you sit down quietly and you plan out your analysis and you trade. When you go full clip, there's just something about it that just stops you from. In my mind, it's like it just becomes like this reckless full send. That nothing about that trade after you place the order then becomes objective. Maybe the entry is, but outside of that, it's just it's a lot of emotions.
No, 100%. Yeah, I get that. Euro looks quite nice.
Pound's better, man.
Pound is better. Pound does look a little bit better, but can I put half a lot on at least?
No. I don't think you have the margin.
I don't think I have the margin for much at all, if anything.
Okay, you're gonna maybe.
Oh no, I got an 0.2. I got no. That's right, guys. I got an 0.2. Okay, now I am full margin. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to put anything else on.
When you see that bottom panel flash red because the margin goes negative, that's when you're full margin.
Yeah, literally.
And I mean, you can see it on his margin level as well, 100.43%.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that's where it's at.
Anyway, Rich, how have you been? Like,
Also, can we bring someone else's screen up for a minute? Like, what? He's just watching my screen over here. He's just there thinking, oh, okay, so that's what Will's in.
Yeah, he's ignoring you flat taps right now.
Yeah, no, literally. Remy, get his chart up, man.
He's in the zone. He's locked in. Like he said, he's just going to let the markets come to him. But I'm good. Coming from the weekend, it was a long, busy weekend, and had the opportunity to meet some of the 5ers team. Met Will as well for the first time, so that was
Dude, that was sick,
good.
That was so good.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. A lot of trading talk over the weekend as well. A lot of stuff to digest, and then just been coming back. And to be honest, I've just been hibernating, cracking on with what I need to do, and just trying to recover. I'm not going to lie, man. I'm come back pretty tired. I went there probably 7 out of 10. I come back about a 4 out of 10 in terms of tiredness, like reserves. So just been trying to catch up on that. Mostly actually staying away from the charts. I made a conscious decision that I'm going to pause my trading. Pretty much paused it at peaks as well, doing really, really well. But I just kind of recognize that there's things that I want to be a bit more intentional with my trading. And what I've done is allowed myself to sit within my comfort zone. So a huge part of this was like, Rich, you're going to pause your trading because you didn't get into trading to do a lukewarm job of it and perform at say 6 or 7 out of 10. You got in to come in every day swinging and committed to your analysis. And it was a interesting conversation I had recently. I asked myself, am I the best trader I've ever been? I had to pause for a minute and think about it. And I want to kind of just float this idea to you guys. So Will, Jonathan, Richard, if you had to sit there just for a second and think about, like, are you the best trader today that you've ever been? What would your answer be?
That's a great question. I'd want to say yes, but I think like process-wise, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I'm definitely the best trader I've been. Statistically, P&L wise, nah, not yet. I think I'm taking a bit of a dip.
So not so much P&L wise, but so you got the process
wise, yeah, 100%.
But then you got the ability to execute on the processes. So would you say you're executing on your processes better than you ever have before?
100%. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I did take a bit of a dip during the summer and during like a lot of crossover time, like a lot of stuff happening in my life where my processes took a bit of a dip, my trading took a bit of a dip. I had to step back a little bit. But other than that, yeah, man, it was, that's the only time where and that allowed me to notice it. That allowed me to be like, oh, okay, actually, hang on a minute. Like, I'm a trader. I got to remember this. So, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we get these times where life just accelerates and then we kind of become a little less objective around the processes, which is ironic because you can have the best processes you've ever had, but the ability to execute on it is it's like, sometimes we think when you become a profitable trader, you just suddenly lock in this amazing mindset, but it's like going to the gym. You've got to reinforce those behaviors and continue to practice them. Otherwise, you can fall slightly at the wayside. Jonathan, Rich, what about yourselves? When it comes to being the best trader you've ever been, would you say you're at that point?
No, I'm not sure. I would say I'm the best trader I've ever been. I think I was a better trader during I had a period during the pandemic when I was trading full time, and I wasn't working for anyone else than myself. When I was trading full time, I had a very good time trading, and I feel like I was the best trader at that point. But then in 2000, 2023, the system that I traded basically became unprofitable, or I was unprofitable trading that system. And then after that, the trading has kind of gone, I would say, downhill from that. But my analysis has been getting better and better. So I'm able to predict the market better. I'm able to find trading opportunities much easier than I did before, but my execution is still lacking. I'm not at the level where I used to be, and I think it's mainly because of a lot of other responsibilities that I have.
Sure. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Richard, what about yourself?
I would have to say, on a psychological level, I feel like I'm the best trader I've been in a long while. When it comes to how I feel about losses, how I feel about potentially FOMOing in on a trade, I've been at the best peak of those I have been in a while. In terms of following my process, I get ups and downs. There's days where I feel like I'm following my process to a T, and then there's days where I just feel like there's an outside factor that might be preventing me a little bit from trading to my full potential, let's say. But in a nutshell, psychologically, process-wise, not so much P&L, but on average, everything is better than I think it was, let's say, 6 months ago. But the standout for me would be my psychology. I feel like my psychology has taken to new highs, effectively. And it's purely because of some of the processes outside of trading that I've tried to focus on a little bit more as well. So try and bring good processes into trading, but also have good processes outside of trading as well that I'm trying to just take more notice of, like being a little bit more present, understanding that everything is a cycle. There's ups and downs in trading. Obviously, you can see the graph going up and down, but like in your real life, there's going to be days where there might be a little bit more depression. Maybe there's days where you're a little bit more jubilant, and it's understanding that it's ebb and flow. It's a river that's going, and you can try and swim against the current, or you can go with the current. And sometimes there's going to be rocks in this river, and you're going to get beat up. But there's going to be sections where it's lovely again, nice and calm, and it's kind of getting to the understanding that is life, and accepting it. And yeah, that long-winded way of saying psychology, inside, outside of trading, much better than it was, for argument's sake, 6 months ago.
So do you agree that learning more about psychology is what improved your psychology?
Yes, but also it's not the whole of it. It's understanding or learning about psychology was one thing. It's that aha moment.
Mm-hmm.
But it's what you do with that aha moment that really matters. And I learned more about the psychology, but it was, now I'm willing to do something about it. And I think that was the real change for me.
Yeah, because we get this point where we know the theory. And it's like, well, you can read another book about it, and all it's going to do is just remind you of stuff you've probably forgotten. But are you exercising what you've learned? Are you building processes around that? That's interesting. You said that we get days where, ebbs and flows. We get like these interesting, really easy flowing days and the really difficult days. And I noticed that there'll be days where I just do not feel like trading. I'm not in the right mindset to take a loss. And it's a very physical thing. I know if I'm going to take a loss, I'm going to become way more emotional. Doesn't mean to say I'm going to act on them emotions, but I just can't be bothered to navigate the emotions. And they're the days where maybe we're just really tired, or the world's got us by the heels, and there's just a lot of things that we've got to try and get through on them days. And I found that recognizing how I was feeling and whether I brought my best self to the markets was something that it was on those days that I was able to perform the best, rather than actually just turning up and then taking a move, going, why did I end up in this move? Now you're in drawdown, then you're trying to fix or adjust a position. And so I recognized that, like, you've only got to learn how the mind works once. You've only got to understand your emotions once. You've only got to build processes to elevate your trading to that level once. Then everything after that becomes about how well can you execute and follow those exact systems that you put in place. I think the system building is 8 weeks. Like, you could learn this stuff and build the system in 8 weeks. The problem is to refine the system where it is like a living, breathing system that connects directly to what your needs are every day. That's a really personal thing. And I think even now, probably 4 to 5 years of building these systems, they're the best they've ever been. But I always find that I'm tweaking them every other week just to make them just a little bit more like a little prompt or a little reminder, or maybe a clip from a psychology video that just really spoke to me that I put in my daily routine to watch once a day. Takes a lot of time to get it right. And if you simply follow it, I think that's the hardest bit. Learning about it, piece of cake. Following it every single day, navigate your emotions, dealing with a threat that trading feels like a real life and death situation, the social pressures of trading publicly as well, like what we've got on the screen at the moment. It never ends. And then all you need is a few losses. And then the psychology, start doubting yourself. Is this the drawdown? Is this the end of my edge? And I think in many ways, we talk about like GP racers. Some of the fastest will be the young ones that have never had a big wreck. In trading, I think we come in blank slate, fearless. I had 3 systems, 3 back-tested, proven, profitable systems that all got me funded and paid out multiple times. All 3 went through periods where they completely stopped working. I'm not talking about break even, but they completely stopped working. And every time it leaves like this little scar of like, what if this happens next time? So even now when I'm trading, I'm like, I take a loss and it feels very similar to when that was the start of the system that stopped working for me, and then had to grind out the back test and stuff like that. So I think in some ways we traumatize ourselves in trading. I was talking to my coach about this yesterday, that we're almost better off to come in with no understanding of trading and then just trade a very simple system with basic risk management rules. And it's like, the longer we go at trading, the more often we can make it overly complicated by just constantly trying to understand all the emotions and psychology that comes into it, when all we should be doing is just following our plan. It's that simple. Yet it's not that simple to do it because we do like it.
It's the simplest thing, but the hardest thing to do. It's the simplest thing in theory, but the hardest thing to execute.
Yeah, because we're trying to behave in a way that's against all our natural survival instincts.
Yes.
We don't like uncertainty. We don't like probabilities. We don't understand probabilities on a subconscious level. So to enter into a trade and just go full clip, it's scary, right? And then we've got to navigate that fear and try and execute on the plan when we get these huge amounts of emotions, which are a very physical thing. And going full margin just produces bigger emotions.
And I agree with you 100%. And I think when people look back at how they've like metaphysically experienced their emotions and metaphysically experienced the impact of going into drawdown, it kind of like you want to start putting a barrier in between you and that feeling. Mm-hmm. And it's hard. It is genuinely, overcoming psychology is one of the hardest things that you can do. And but it's one of the most gratifying when you realize that your processes are netting results. You know, the impact of that emotional feeling is lessened or dampened to the point where you are now no longer as worked up about a loss or as jubilant about a win. It all balances out ever so slightly. But I agree with you also in the sense that if you came into trading with a blank slate, absolutely no experience, that hopefulness, that like, yeah, I'm going to hit this market and I'm going to take it for everything that it's worth. If you haven't experienced like real loss in the markets, that feeling is something that if you've been in the market for a long time, you kind of like wish you had back again. Like that almost carefreeness, that like honest belief in your own ability. Because we've spoken about this so many times before, the market itself is the ultimate equalizer. It's the thing that's going to humble you, and it's going to teach you a lesson if you don't apply yourself to it. So if I could like go back and walk in with like this little bright-eyed boy, all hopeful and like, oh yay, I'm gonna do so well, and then if I could have that guy back, great.
Trouble is, we don't get do-overs, right?
Unfortunately, we do not.
So we come in as a blank slate, and then we end up with this, like, traumatizing ourselves and then we've got to try and navigate these new traumas that we've experienced. And genuinely, I know I've done it to myself very early on in trading. Didn't understand risk management and paid the lesson for it. But now I get to use these. Jonathan, if you bounce on GU, I think it'll be now. So now I get to use.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be back in a bit. Watch me win this with not even being at the desk.
Those are some confident words.
I literally heard his full margin, like his margin call all the time. Wom, wom, wom. I was like, dude, what the hell's he doing in the back there? I was like, what is he doing? So yeah, no fairness, like I hope GU tanks, because if it doesn't,
7. Nah, dude.
Is he selling?
No, he's buying.
He's buying.
Oh, he's buying. Oh, okay.
And he's buying full margin.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, no, I know he is. I heard him.
So if you look at the 15-minute on GU, you could put a really nice trend line on the lows. Every single one is like a high low.
I cut my GU a little bit early just in case, because I thought, it was going to try and sweep these lows. I think it's going to try and sweep the lows before it does anything else. We got so much under these lows. If I just draw, if we move over to my chart, I'll show. Oh, why can't I? Oh no, now it's not a straight line. There we go. I'll move over. There we go. Right, okie dokie. I think we're gonna do something a little bit like this. I think we're gonna go whoop under here, and then I think we're gonna bounce from there. Then I think we're gonna start developing some good structure. I think pull back. Dude, my hands are clammy. I'm trying to
little stress bubble.
Yeah.
You're a little stress bubble.
Yeah, right now I am. That's what I think we're gonna see. This is what I want to see. That's what I think we're gonna see on GU. EU. Let's have a look at EU. EU, I think, is not ready. I think EU could sell off. We've swept these highs. There's nothing above there. We got a lot underneath. Gold's starting to pump up a little bit higher now, which is nice. I'm about $45 in profit, which takes me not quite break even. But that'd be cool.
I feel like EU's really, really choppy. GU makes sense. Like how GU's moving right now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird because yesterday it was flipped. Yesterday
EU.
EU.
Yesterday was the complete opposite. Literally.
And GU was the one that was like, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I reckon we're gonna pull back before heading lower to take out lows.
Rich, I see there's a question for you from RC about 5 minutes ago. Just a question: do you test your system on single asset class or multiple ones? If single ones, which? If you can share your thoughts, thank you.
So I test. So if we go back to the very beginning, I used to trade all the Forex pairs. So it's like 25, 26 Forex pairs. And then over time, I refined it just to 6 of the majors, which was everything minus UJ. So it was GU, EU, NU, AU, USD CAD, and USD CHF. So I just traded 6 pairs. And of these 6 pairs, what I noticed is every time I would get a trade entry, it would set up on 3 to 4 of the pairs at the same time. So a lot of the time, I would end up overexposed with very correlated results. And I thought, well, what's the point in trading 6 majors if most of the time they just give me a red light or a green light at the same time? Surely the whole point of trading different asset classes was that you get a mixed bag of results, like, rather than all your wins and all your losses come at the same time. So I started to recognize that I could trade my most profitable pairs just with double the risk and get the same result, or slightly better. So therefore, I looked at these 6 majors, and I cut them down to 2 major pairs, which is Euro USD and GBP USD. And I just back tested both of those pairs. And then I looked to see how the results correlated. And what I found is that they gave different results on different days. So let's say, for an example, I took, like right now, I would be selling GU, but I would do nothing with Euro USD. So there was these different ideas that presented, and very rarely did they present the exact same entry at the exact same moment. So it gave, even though they were quite correlated, it gave different results in terms of how it distributed the wins and losses. So I was able just to trade two pairs and make sure that independently they were both profitable. The pound is a little bit more profitable than euro. And then I was just able to just put the two together and work out my risk management, knowing that there's such a slim chance that I'll ever hit a daily loss. I believe I've been trading 7 years and I've never hit the daily loss. And I know that's not a flex in itself, but it just means that I was always able to correlate the assets I was trading well enough to be able to never fully expose myself to a move that could wipe me out. So yeah, just used to backtest candle by candle. I'm currently doing a backtest over a 600 sample size at the moment, just because I want to understand a little nuance in my trading edge ever so slightly. And the best way to do that is submerge myself with huge amounts of data and then look at the expectancy and the difference between what I will class a grade A and a grade B. So yeah, I'm a big advocate for backtesting. Obviously, forward testing is where we develop the full set of skills, but forward testing can take months, if not years. Backtesting, you can hammer it out in a period of weeks. And there's nothing that I've experienced that fills in the gaps and helps the subconscious mind to trade confidently and competently than having data. If you can give yourself a big exposure to a massive spreadsheet that says you've got edge here, like such a big sample size that if you had a 0.25 expectancy over 600 trades and you came out of that at, I don't know what, 140R, mathematically it's almost impossible to arrive at that conclusion, especially if your results are based on a 1-to-1 risk reward. If you're hitting like 1-to-20s, 1-to-30s, then sure, you could hit a couple of outliers and get lucky. But when you're talking about 1-to-1s and you're up 100 plus R over 600 sample size, you could run probably 10,000 Monte Carlo simulators of that, and I shouldn't imagine many would finish negative. So the evidence supports that you genuinely have reliable edge. And if there's logic to what you're doing, then that's it. That, like, the subconscious mind latches onto that and says, yeah, you've got edge here. Every time I see this pattern, I want to trade it. I don't feel risk adverse. I don't want to avoid it. I don't want to jump into fear mode and size down. I genuinely want to trade this with the right risk management that makes sense. Because I noticed that I'm incredibly good at being right. I'm not incredibly good at making money. They're two very, very different skills. Now I get by. I do okay. I make enough. But there's a skill of making massive gains within trading. And it's making sure that when you're right, you don't suddenly become massively fearful. Speaking to a friend about this, he says every time he takes a trade, before he takes the trade, he feels really confident. All he sees is the positives in that opportunity. The moment he places the trade, all he feels is the negatives of that trade. Even if it goes into a profit, he's like, but what if it turns around now? He said it's like he's overwhelmed by fear the moment that trade now becomes live. Nothing changed apart from his biases and his belief systems of, if this turns around, I'm going to experience pain. Therefore, I need to cut the trade and get out at a small bit of profit. So it's just little things like that. And if you can, and I think this is the most helpful tool a trader can ever have, is a full transparent picture of exactly what their results should be if they stuck to their plan. So backtesting and forward testing, and then a direct comparison of their results when they humanize it. When you can see that your equity curve would continue like the screen we're seeing at the moment. Imagine if your equity curve looked like that, but that's the results you should have got, but the results you got was flat or negative. When you can present that information to yourself, you'll suddenly feel pretty motivated to go and do the work to fix the issues. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. But that's kind of a reflection of my own journey of what I've learned and what I've discovered, and the ebbs and flows as well, because we hit these new peaks where everything clicks, everything makes sense, and you feel amazing. And then all of a sudden, something will happen in life. You'll hit a bit of drawdown in life, and all of a sudden you bring that behavior to the charts, and it screws up the equity curve.
Like
But
they
that
say,
could be
nothing derails a train more like a stone on the tracks. So
Yeah.
you can be going full blast in one direction, and then just one little negative thing can derail your whole process. So yeah, I love that. That's amazing, Rich. I like that.
It's even worse when we put the stone on our own tracks.
Self-sabotage is real. It's a big thing. Like
Yeah.
if you imagine people that have imposter syndrome. I don't know if you've heard of imposter syndrome before.
Sure, but talk us through an example of imposter syndrome, just to bring us up to speed.
Broadly speaking, imposter syndrome is the idea that you are not deserving of the things that come your way, especially if it's more positive things. Like, for argument's sake, I consider myself to be a average swimmer, and then all of a sudden there's somebody that wants me to start swimming for their swimming team, and that person, the coach, sees the potential in me, but I myself don't see my potential, and I don't feel like I deserve to be on this swimming team, as an example. That would be a very simplistic example of imposter syndrome. The idea that I'm decent, but I don't see the potential within myself, and somebody else sees the potential within me, and I feel like, it's not really. I think the words are escaping me at the moment, but the point is being that that is a big thing. When somebody experiences imposter syndrome, we tend to derail ourselves because we feel like we don't deserve the accolade, or we don't feel like we deserve the praise. So what do? We do things that would generally sabotage ourselves. Small microaggressions upon ourselves that would then ultimately become these very big experiences that become very difficult to turn around. So I have this thing where I say, when you have an experience like this where you're feeling like you're busy self-sabotaging yourself, or that you have a little bit of imposter syndrome, consider you talk to yourself the way that your best friend talks to you. And your best friend has only got the most amazing things to say about you, or in the sense that they want the best for you. So they would never allow you to really discredit yourself or to talk down at yourself. So speak to yourself as if you are your own best friend, inside, like in your brain. And when it comes to the imposter syndrome, it's horrible.
Time for a mid-match update. Will, what's your realized profit if you look at your history tab?
Go on.
Mine is minus 48.45.
Mine's minus 107.
All right, what's your equity?
My equity is positive 48.
Nice. Okay, my equity is negative 150.
Okay, nice. So, you're still in. You're looking at sells on GU, yeah.
No, I'm looking to buy GU, and I'm in a small position on 8. Okay. So I'm going to buy on 80 USD as well. I've been looking at your screen though quite a lot. I like your. I like that gold trade. I think you.
I've scaled into the gold trade, hence why I am up 60 odd bucks. But
I'm gonna switch back to your screen. Go look at that one. So you bought. So you got in before the breakout. That was a good move.
Yeah, I got in before the breakout. It was a nervous move. I was umming and ahhing it a lot, but it paid off, and I thought, okay, yeah, sweet, happy days. Then we had the break and close above. Really nice break and close above as part of my strategy. So I'm thinking, yep, let's have it. You know, I went in with quarter risk this time. So I divided in half the risk that I was willing to half anyway. So happy with that. Gonna look at potentially adding one more in. If so, that would be me full margined on this gold, and then that'd be me done then. So I'm debating. I'm in an R and yet.
Yeah, I'm closing this AUD/USD trade right here. So I am now equity or balance at, well, equity is 19,747, and I'm now down 133. So right now what I got is I got the GU trade. So basically what I was doing, right, I was going through the pair stat. Well, we have the best spreads. Also, one mistake I've done here today is definitely the spreads. I've paid. I'm down on the profits $94, but I've paid about over $30 in commissions. So I have entered a little bit too many positions, because I did, as you can see right here, I started hedging the GBP USD trade right here, and then closed it out and started buying as it went down. So instead of I basically bought, and then I saw price continue down, so I started hedging the position. The idea was to close the shorts down here. But instead of doing that, I closed the whole position. I kind of panicked and I said, okay, I want to get out of the whole position, but I'm hedged, right? So it doesn't matter. I can just let price fall and then just close the hedge instead, right? Rich, you're looking like a question mark.
No, I'm looking at the chart and I'm just kind of, I recognize a lot of what you just done in my own behaviors, and I'm just the kind of frown was like, what was I thinking and feeling as I was doing that and going through that? And it makes a lot of sense, but I understand why you did it.
Yeah, I mean, so I bought, and then I'm like, okay, this is I think price is gonna go lower, but I don't know where, so I'm gonna hedge it, and then as price goes down, let's close the shorts when I'm in a good position to go long, so that I don't have to close and open and close new positions, right? So price went down, and I'm like, okay, now price is really going down, so let's just close everything, which at that point, and now I've been trading this idea on GU back and forth within the same area, making some money, losing some money, and basically just paying commissions. And then I got this brilliant idea of going long AUD/USD, which did not work out. So we'll see. Let's see what happens here today. Right now, I have to get something from GU, otherwise I think World's got this, unless gold just decides to absolutely nuke, which, as we've seen for the last few days, not very likely.
Well, that's the issue. So like, it's at the point now where I'm thinking like I'm getting on a train and it's already near its destination.
Yeah, but that's what we've been saying for the last 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
For gold.
Fair point. Yeah, true that.
So I'm looking at gold here as well, and yeah, I think this is a tough one, because I'm seeing this, and if we are able to get down to this area, like that's where I would want to be buying, but we got 20 minutes left of the competition. So I'm looking at GU and I'm like, I can't close this here because we got 21-minute candles, and it might just hit the lows and bounce. Either it's going to break this level, and then the idea would have to be invalidated because I only got 20 minutes left. But on the 1 hour, there's a big room for error. I mean, I'm seeing this come down and like build the bottom here and bounce somewhere in this area. But is it going to happen in the next 20 minutes? Probably not, but it might happen in the next, from now till 4 hour forward. And on the 1 minute, we already have that higher low. So if we can bounce here, which we are doing right now, is bounce there, we have the higher low, and then I at least have an opportunity for GU to break the downtrend. and get above that trend line and get above that level. And I don't need. Oh, god damn it! It's breaking down. I'm not gonna close this one. I'm going to add.
Do you have anything to add? I heard your thing, and it was warm.
Why not just hedge it, Jonatan? You were already talking about the idea of hedging, but you didn't follow through on the full plan of hedging. So why not just hedge it now?
Because I think it's too late to. I think it might be too late to hedge, because I think that this is actually a really good area to go long. So I would rather add a long position here. How big is that going to be? Can I do one? Yeah, okay, so let's do one here. I'm adding a one lot position here. And I have free margins 1,200. I should be able to add half a lot. I'm not going to be waiting, because I think in the next 25 minutes or so, I think this is where I want to be. Okay, I don't have enough money. Can I do 0.25? Yeah, 0.25. How much margin do I have? 147. Okay, I'm definitely full margin. Fully whatever. I have a stop loss in. Why do I have a stop loss? Get rid of that one.
Okay, I'm
right,
now
so I'm just looking for
with the positions I want in gold, in everything. Like I'm gonna sit now. I'm sitting in this and I'm waiting.
I'm gonna switch to your screen. So you are currently in. Oh man, okay. So it's a gold. Now this is interesting, because if if pound bounces here, so will gold most likely. And you are not you're not full margin.
Not yet.
Which means I might be making more money than you if we bounce. However, if prices start moving the other direction, I'm gonna be losing way more than you. And you are already ahead of me. Why am I helping you? I'm gonna get my coffee.
I think Jonathan.
Guys, can you take me off of screen for just 2 minutes, please?
Okay.
Can you just take me off of screen for 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, sweet.
I need to do something.
Just looking at this now, I think Jonathan's got about 6, maybe 7 pips.
Hey, Rich, guess what?
What?
It's just us two.
You know where I would be worried though. 34,698 is the only area I think GU bounces from. Now, if it drops about 7 or 8 pips from current price, I think Jonathan is at his max loss. But if I was building longs on this, this is the last area before I bail. So he's got this area where it could bounce, and
I tried a little bit earlier on. I only put like I risked $20. You know, I put a little bit of skin in the game earlier on, but I just didn't go the way I wanted it to. So I was like, nah, you know what, not up for it. Same with EU. You know, EU came down, and the way this candle here closed, and then the way this candle was about to close, and the volume that came into that candle, I was like, nah, I'm good. I was like, I don't want to be involved in that. So gold, mate, I've been testing this strategy for a while on this competition, and so I got a bit of confidence in gold. Thing is though, like coming up against Jonatan, coming out certainly with LJ, the way he played the game, I thought, okay, I got to put a little bit more depth into my ocean here. I got to put a bit more oomph into my trades. So this will be like a deciding trade for me. Like my analysis, my bias is there. I'm ready for this. I'm in the trade. I've got 3 positions open on XAU. It's like, let's go. Take new highs and let's shoot to the moon. Let's do what gold's been doing for the past God knows how many weeks, and let's win this. Let's win this competition for me.
How do you feel about doing another round?
Yeah, man. Hey, look, I'm a bit like a boxer, mate. Yeah, well, I'm a typical boxer, man. I don't care who I have to fight, to prove my worth. I'll fight anyone. I'll go up against the rounds against anyone.
The real fight is fighting yourself.
Yeah,
the real fight is fighting yourself.
It is, mate. Yeah, 100%. The real fight that I get really nervous about is the fight within myself. 100% agree with that. You know, I do get nervous looking at my own results and making sure that I'm being the best trader I was, that I am, a bit like what you guys were talking about a little bit earlier on. It's that sort of, am I doing the best thing? Am I being the best trader? Am I being the best Will? Am I putting in the best practices? So definitely a very real feeling for any trader. So that's why when I come up against another trader, I really don't care. You know, I don't care the results. I don't care how it's going to look like. It's just a matter of, you know, making sure that I'm bettering myself always. So the fact that I'm taking these trades and they're good process trades, I'm over the moon with them. You know, even if these trades hit a stop now, I'll be a bit gutted. You know, I will be gutted. Like, this stop loss is now a last resort stop loss. If it closes below this, I'm going to be like, that's not good.
Just a bit of a heads up. Probably another 5 or 6 pip drive on Jonathan's GU trade, and it's going to get real interesting real quick. So
how's GU doing? Oh, woof, mate. Oh, Jonatan's smiling in the background here. What?
I'm not smiling. I'm trying to figure out where this might run in the next 20 minutes, and
you've got 14 minutes left.
Right, yeah, exactly. And it's like 14 minutes. That's, sorry, what?
What's your current equity?
Current equity is 19,871.
871.
That's current floating equity.
What do you got?
I think you're pretty much at the point where you should just leave everything as it is and have it run its course for the next 14 minutes.
Dude, I'm going to put some alerts on GU just so I know whether he's...
Well, I mean, it's not just about leaving it. It's about leaving it and exiting at the perfect opportunity, right? Like at the very high of the move that we think is high before the time runs out.
Back above break even. Can we see your screen to see how close this is? Because I reckon this is pretty close.
I mean, GU is it's reacting off of that level.
Dude, GU is... Mate, I'm nervous.
This isn't a simplistic move.
Yeah,
mate.
Yeah, this is real close.
Where you put your TP is where I put my alert. So I now know that if my alert gets triggered, your TP is going to get triggered. Dude, I could do with you hitting a nice TP, being flat in the market, and then gold just pumps to the moon and takes new highs. Oh, mate, it's close. It's close, man. Let's do this. I'm excited.
I think you have slightly more profit than me, and we are basically hedged, and I'm fully margin, so I can't really do much about that.
I can do a little bit, but I don't want to. You know, I've got a little bit of thing. I've got a little bit of margin to play with here. So,
guys, the lady has
margin to play with as well.
So again.
The lady has not sung yet. This competition is far from over. We're now in the high heat zone of the competition. This is where it really counts.
This is what I like to call the sweat zone.
Yes.
Oh, mate, gold is really struggling to push up here. It's just really flatlining.
Got 11 minutes. If this is the bottom from GU, it's gonna hit TP. Like I'm not gonna. I can't see this turn into a 20 candle range here in the 1 minute. Not in this condition with what we.
Does anyone have the contact details for Trump? Can I give him a message? Can I get him?
He'll ignore you today.
So how much?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he would ignore me. I like what Louis is saying. It's squeaky bum time. 100%. Yep. It is indeed. It is squeaky bum time.
I feel like Jonatan can't stand looking at his screen right now.
Dude, you know what? I mean, just sit on my couch. I'm just going to lower my desk.
Sniffing peppermint. Energy.
Okay, to be fair, I had some Vicks earlier, which is menthol, eucalyptus, and camphor.
Yeah.
So I was also like, I had just under my nose a little bit. Open me nostrils.
Gonna be switching to full screen here, and oh wow,
Dude, I'm
this
nervous,
is
man. So close.
this is close. So the issue here with my GU trade is if it breaks out here and it hits TP, that's all good. But if gold then continues higher, I mean, right now you're in the lead, obviously. And looking at gold, like the trend here on gold is perfect. I mean, it's probably going to break out here, and GU has found support. The question is, when will it move? Is it going to move in the next 9 minutes? I don't know.
Is it going to be a photo finish? Or is it going to be a landslide victory?
I think Will is going to have this because he's he's fluctuating around the break-even P&L, and I'm down about 100.
I'm hearing a lot of negativity coming from Jonatan. Jonatan, try this. I want to hear your best rally speech for yourself right now. What's the good points? I want to hear that.
Motivate yourself, man. Let's hear it.
Well, it's difficult to do a rally speech when you're in a drawdown. I feel like it's much better.
You don't do a rally in your head, mate. Like it's like saying, I'm courageous all the time. You can only be courageous if you have fear. It's the only time you can have courage is when there's fear. So I want a rally speech because you're down. That's the only time you can do a rally speech. Come on.
This is where you need it the most. You're 2 pips away from down the leaderboard.
Well, I know.
All right,
that's the worrying thing as well, because I'm... It's pulling back.
Friends and foes, wherever you are, this is the time. I don't know, man.
It's working.
I'm trying. Oh, it's getting close here. It's getting close.
Yeah, and then you stop.
If you live in the UK, do something revolutionary. You know, go out on the streets and block traffic, disrupt important services. No, I'm long GU. Okay, so if you live in the UK, yes, fly to America very, very quickly.
Oh man, no. See, mine started pulling back, and yours is doing nothing.
We're in the last 7 minutes, guys. There's 7 minutes.
Oh shit, we're basically at the same equity. I'm at 19,875. You're about $75 more over me. All right, this is interesting. We got 7 minutes.
7 minutes. That's it.
Dude, I'm. Oh,
All right, Jonatan, this is how we're gonna do it. Jonatan, you are amazing. You are a champion. Why? Because you are not afraid. You have put in the time, the effort, and you are going to reap the rewards. What rewards?
You said you were on my side.
Yes, I want rally. I want him to rally. I want him to talk.
Literally this morning, Rich was like, "Bro, I'm rooting for you." Next minute, he's there backing up the enemy.
I always root for the underdog.
I'm not the underdog. I'm not the underdog here. Relax. Dude.
See, that's what I want. I want you to like fight against like the negativity. I'm not the underdog.
Okay.
You're not.
I root for the underdog. I'm not the underdog. Yes, you believe that, Jonatan.
Well, okay. So I'm looking at the 1 minute here for GU, and it's. I mean, the problem here is I can definitely see this range for the next 6 1 minute candles here, but it's getting so close. If I switch to my screen here, we're basically looking at 1 minute. It has broken. We have the double bottom, we have the ranging structure at high time frame support, we've broken the trend line. There's everything I need to see for this to have a move to the upside, and it needs to hit that TP area for me to get back to profit on the account. If GU breaks down and we have a correlated, uncorrelated move between GU and gold, there is the possibility of me winning this. If we range around this area, looking at equity right now, I'm at 19, let's say 19,900. We have Will is sitting at 19, yeah, about break even. So there's a difference of $100 at current prices, which means we need to see gold moving lower and GU higher in the next 5 minutes. And the chances of that happening is not very high, because we still have the possibility of getting a move down to the range lows before getting that move to the upside. We're compressing, a bit too much here at the highs, and on the 1 minute, there's way more wicks to the upside than to the downside. So this tells us that there's more selling pressure here than I see buying pressure. I think we're gonna get that move to the upside. The question is, will we get it in the next?
Yeah, like when will we get it, sort of thing.
Yeah, will we get it in the next 4 minutes?
This is a photo finish. This is going to be real close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a photo finish. I don't think it's going to be a landslide.
Can't even open my bottle. I was that nervous. I tightened my bottle that tightly. I just couldn't open it.
I love Barry's comment. We came, we saw, we battled the elements. We fought injustice and Trump tweets, correct data and inside trading. We go home with our heads held high. Not a fair value gap in sight against all odds. We are break even.
I like that. I do not like the movement on GU though.
Yeah, ditto with gold.
All in strides, man. All in strides.
But there's nothing I can do here.
Traba.
The very last thing I could do is close not even gonna be able to. If I close everything, is short it down to the lows. That's not gonna help. I'm not gonna be able to make.
Have faith.
We got 3 minutes, dude. Like This is probably the most nervous 3 minutes of my life. Fully as if you're watching, stay out of the chat. Got 2 minutes left.
Oh, come on.
Dude, this is
close.
You basically
this
did that
is
last
close.
move again.
I'm gonna have to stand up again.
Okay, I'm closing everything right now.
I was about to say, you guys have
right now. Okay, you have.
Wait, so you've closed everything? You're flat in the market now?
Yeah.
Oh, no, come on, what are you doing? No.
20 seconds.
Oh, GU's dumping. Holy shit, that was
the
close.
countdown.
Wow.
In 10, 9, 8.
No, wait a minute. It's 48.
We got a minute and 5.
1 minute left.
5 seconds.
4.
We got 1 minute left.
What do you mean? It's 49 on my screen. Oh, you
Yeah,
said
it
it's
just turned 49. It just turned 49 now.
Yeah, it's just flipped to 49.
All right, I'll start again. 52, 51, 50.
Yeah, you got this, Will.
I
You
don't
got
know. Is
this.
it dragging gold down? No, gold's still holding. Did that exit on
Yeah.
GU?
I had to exit on
Yeah,
gold.
that was a good exit.
Yeah, I
All right,
had to.
so you have
$19
a profit of minus 19.99, and I have a profit of minus 107. Good stuff. Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, mate, I was nervous.
That was actually very exciting.
That was mate, that was the
that
most
was real fun.
exciting match we've had, I think.
Jonatan, can we just acknowledge the fact that you closed at the tippy top right before it decided to go and test down? That is to
Yeah,
be
that was
commended.
if gold.
Yeah, can we
If
just
gold would
bring
have moved lower.
Can we just bring Jonatan's chart up? That was insane because it's absolutely tanking now. So your exit strategy on that was insane.
Look at that. The tippy top of that candle. That is to be commended. That is so good.
But I still think
you deserve that round of applause, man. Like that was a hell of an exit. Really was a hell of an exit.
So let's take a look at. So basically, the idea here to kind of break down what I did. Basically, just wanted to go long on GU, and did so in a many orders. Could have probably cut that down to half of that. 80 USD, got into 2 long positions too early. So that was all that I traded was GBP longs and 80 USD longs. Made some mistakes on the hedging there, but I think overall the idea was good. I think GU is going to be trading higher in the next few hours than it is right now. Well, let's. So what did you trade? You traded.
So I actually, let me just bring my trade history up. I had a bit of a messy start. If I had I not have had a messy start, I'd been up in profit about $100. So EU shafted me a little bit. So EU, I had my stops at the low, and then price came up. I was in about $50 profit. It started coming down, and I was like, oh no, like we're gonna take this loss at like $147. And I thought, I'm going to cut it now because the way the candles were moving, the way the volume there, the way the momentum was heading to the downside, I thought I'm going to cut this. And I ended up taking out of EU at minus $76. Had I have not cut this trade, I would have been up probably about 100-ish bucks. I would have sat through a lot of drawdown. I certainly could have gotten a break-even bounce on that. Had we have waited, I would have taken out at break-even because this candle wouldn't have given me confidence. So I would have had a break-even. I think it was a bit of fear that made me cut that trade at where it was. I will fully admit that. Psychology, I think, got a little bit the better of me on this trade. GU, I was buying GU at this area here. We consolidated a little bit. Came down to this break and retest zone here, which was really nice. Also a consolidation zone. So I thought, if we're going to bounce, we're going to bounce from here. If we don't bounce from here, we're going to go take these lows. And we didn't bounce. We came down, and I think I had my stops just down at the low here. So I thought, screw it, I'm just going to take out manually. Only risked about $20, so it didn't bother me too much. I think on, $22. So there we go. I took out about $22, and then gold. So gold, I had 0.02, yeah, 0.01, and then a 0.05 over here, and I thought that's pointless. Now that I've closed EU and GU, I thought that's a ridiculous size. So I thought, okay, well, I'm in at 0.2. I want to divide that in half, and I'm going to go 0.1. So I said, okay, if I'm in 0.2, I'm going to give myself 2 0.1 trades, and that's what I did. I thought, okay, sweet, awesome stuff. We're seeing a consolidation here. I want to be in this. I'm staying in this, and then we saw this big bull candle, nice close. I thought, yeah, okay, if we can get a break and close above this zone, I'll jump in on a 0.1. We did. I thought, sweet, that's strategy. And then if we get a break and if we get a pullback and a break and retest, and we did. We got a retest of this consolidation zone. Entered in my third and last trade on gold, which was my second 0.1. And I thought, I'm going to ride these highs now. But we didn't get it, which I'm really annoyed about because my TP was $400.
Well, that's great. I think you did the correct thing with. I mean, you exited GBP and GBP USD, and then you switched focus to gold. I think that's really good planning and a really good strategic move there on your end. So I've decided I'm gonna make some changes. You're sacked. Gonna make some changes to the competition here, guys. So I've talked about the wild card, but now I'm looking at this, and I don't want to take away the run that Will has had here. He went up against Griff, won that one against LJ, one against me, and now he's also up in the finals, right? So this is the actual finals. We also have Carla. Carla, community member, went up against Jordan, a very experienced trader, won that one. Went up against Deri, another very experienced trader, won that as well. And she has a matchup against Samir in the semifinals. Now, we don't know who's going to win this one, but I want to think that if Carla wins, obviously, I don't want to take away from her or Samir the opportunity to actually win the whole competition. So what I'm going to do is, instead of doing another round, I'm simply going to do 2 matchups for wildcards, and the winner of that wildcard one is going to go up in the finals against the loser of the actual final to do a match for the second and the third prize instead. Because if I introduce more people to this round, there's a chance that, this whole run is for nothing, Mm-hmm. Obviously, the tournament that we already had, I feel like it's just fair to let everyone who's actually been in this, be part of this, has the opportunity to win the first prize. And, because if, for example, Anastasiia, or let's say if Pedro gets back in, then he basically goes from the round 1 to he gets to skip 1 round, which is obviously not fair if you're going to be able to win that trophy. So,
guys, can I just say as well?
That's fair, right?
Gold has broken. Gold finally broke out. It's starting to break out now, so it's starting to take highs.
Yeah.
It was only a matter of time. I literally looked at it and I was like, this is a matter of time before this breaks. So,
and GU should also start making its rally from here as well.
Yeah, looking at GU, it's still finding that base, and very interesting.
Just want to say congrats to you both. That was the best one yet. Pooley, thank you very much. Congrats, Will. Just want to say a big thank you to all the guys congratulating me. You shan't see Pink Unicorn Will. You shall not see Pink Unicorn Will. That's maybe for the finals. Maybe I'll turn my entire chart into my forfeit for the finals. Ewan, I say it every time, Will has taken home the victory in this competition. You know it. I am a bit nervous to go up against Samir or Carla, I will admit. Yeah, no punishment.
Yeah, this gonna be a good win.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this was really good competition. I think that this was definitely my favorite one, because we both traded. We had a plan. We executed on that plan. It was extremely close, and there was no gambling involved here. So I like that. Really do enjoy that. Let's see, what do we have coming up next? This means I actually have to. Good thing that I kept the box, because this one, this beautiful thing right here.
I told you to engrave my name at the start, mate. I told you to engrave my name.
Yeah.
Yeah, now there's shipping costs involved. This has become really expensive for Jonatan.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss this one. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
I'm gonna put it up on the wall right there.
I think I had to order one just to be able to. I think I have to order one.
What, like a participation trophy?
Yeah, like almost a winner. You know what I mean?
Almost winner.
Almost winner. All right, let's see. What do we have coming up here? We have Deri, and then we have Pedro. I had a voice message from Deri, and I wasn't able to listen to that one, so I think it might be time to do that. Maybe he's saying something about not being able to join today, which means I'm going to be staying. Give me just a few minutes.
Sweet. Oh, mate, look at gold now. Dude, look at this. I thought it was going to break out at the right time, but it didn't. Mate, look at that. Oh, That's nice. Oh, and it closed. And it closed above. Oh, lovely. Dude, I was nervous doing that. Like, mate, I gotta get some hand sanitizer and some moisturizer and all sorts on my hands now. Like, I was nervous.
Yeah, that was a close finish, man.
I
Congratulations.
was so close, mate. Literally, if it wasn't for EU, I would have been over $100 up. If it wasn't for EU and GU, I would have been over $100 up. And I looked at it and I thought, Will, you idiot. But well, they were all fantastic analysis. Like, not one of those trades that I placed today was gambling. One or two of them, which were the 0.0s, that was a little bit sort of random. I was just trying to work out my lot sizing without having to do maths. So that was laziness. But it was all great technical analysis. So I was really happy with that.
Yeah, I feel like when you can lose on good quality trades, it doesn't matter. Like, win or lose, it doesn't matter. You had an opportunity to trade.
Yeah, no, exactly that. What's going on? What have I done? I gotta get my thing back up. Toolbox. There we go. Yeah.
All right, so Deri is gonna take the day off today, so it's gonna be me and who else is coming on? Should be Pedro, and then we got Victor coming on a bit later as well.
Thank you very much, God of the Goddess Trades Forex. Really appreciate it.
That's
you have us for a few more minutes.
Yeah, no, I know.
So.
I'm dreading Carla coming up next. Like, after I watched her P&L in the last one, girl, I'm worried to go up against you.
Yeah, dude, Carla's a beast with that.
Mia, do me a massive favor and just absolutely destroy her in the next round. Actually, having said that, I don't know how Samir trades.
Well, to be fair, Samir, the last trade he took, he actually took a really good trade on gold. He shorted gold, and that just exploded to the downside. So that was a really, really good trade as well. I feel like all the competitions I've done here is just I enter a trade and then it's just decides just to do nothing. So you have to kind of like decide: are you going to change position? Are you going to chase the movers? It's really difficult to do this. But I'm a bit sad, honestly, because now I'm not going to be in this. You know, I'm not going to be doing any more matchups in this competition, and that sucks. I really want to do more of this. So now I have to plan.
Put your name back in the hat to get yourself back on that seat.
Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna
be humble in his.
Yeah, I'm not. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set something up where we're gonna have more matchups. We're gonna have longer matches. And it's gonna be more matchups. And I'm thinking about how can we have it so that we have maybe longer group plays, right? Where let's say we have a group of 4 people and everyone has to have one matchup. Yeah, so everyone has to do one game against everyone in the group, right? So we got a group of 4, which means everyone has to do 3 matches, and then the two top ones in that group goes on to the semifinals or something. I mean, the problem with that is going to be a lot of games, a lot of matchups, but then. I've talked to the team. I've talked to marketing as well, and I've told them that I want to do this in a big way, right? I want to do it in a very big way, where we're doing sort of a trading cup or a sort of World Cup in a sense, and that's what we're trying to set up. And hopefully, with that, we'll be able to have a more an honest comparison also between the skills here between the traders, because for example I want to have Griff be able to perform as a swing trader against a day trader, for example. So we'll have to have maybe a one week competition for that, or only pair swing traders against swing traders and things like that. to have everyone compete on their own on an even playing field.
There's something else that you can do as well, or maybe you can consider this. The idea of not just scalping as an example. So you have 4 people in a group and 3 matchups, but those 3 matchups that each person has, they have a scalping day, they have a swing position day as an example, or you have one trade that you plan out for a week, and then the scalping one you have, I don't know, an hour within that week that they do the scalping. So you get an opportunity for scalping, opportunity for swing trading, and you get an opposition.
Yeah. I like that. I like that. And then we would also. That would be really cool, and maybe we can implement like trade the pool into that as well. See if you know, have one.
Who's the
see
best
if they
company?
can trade the stock. See if they can trade the stock market as well, and then it would be cool if we had like other markets as well. We would be able to have the competition,
like a proper triathlon sort of event, you know. Three types of market analysis, 3 types of trading strategies, and they all have to trade it.
Yeah, and you do it over a week as an example. That gives enough.
Or just do it over a month, you know. So like week
Or a
1,
month, yeah.
like week 1 would have to be scalping. Week 2 would have to be intraday. Week 3, oh no, technically week 1 would have to be swing. So week 1 swing, week 2 intraday, week 3 would be scalping.
Yeah,
we could also
in the time frame.
We could also do like we give everyone an account, and then we say just trade this account from today and a week, and then we just check everyone's balances to see who's actually making most amount of money on the evaluation accounts in a week. If you pass it, you're also automatically on to the next stage, and then that would be a good way of doing it as well, because then because obviously you want to have the important matchups. You want that to be live. You want that entertaining, that entertainment value, and to do it live. And I think the audience really wants to see that. Guys, anyone, you know, in the comment section, if you have any ideas, let me know. I'm open to implementing ideas if they're good.
I just worked out and did the maths. So if this now goes through this red line, if this was where my TP was initially, if this passes this red line, it would have been just over $500 profit. It would have been like, is it 414, 5, about $550, $530.
Yeah, now go to GU.
I think Pooley said it best.
Nice.
If my auntie had bees, she'd be my uncle. Can't do hindsight.
No. What I mean is we had to cut it. I would have left it.
I mean, I can play that game again as well. Imagine if GU just went up to the top right there.
Exactly.
I would have made so much money.
I'm just saying, guys.
Well, guys, I think we're going a little over time here. And I know, Rich, you're very busy working on a lot of very cool projects that I wish we could tell everyone everything about. But in due course, and when it's ready, we'll be able to talk about it. And I'm really excited to do that announcement of an announcement.
It's a lot of fun, and it was a super close competition today. Cheers for having us on. It was great to be a part of it. In just under 3 hours, or maybe about 2.5 hours, I've got a call in the 5ers Discord. If you're a 5ers trader, you're welcome to come join them calls. We'll reveal a little bit more information about what we got cooking. I'm going to have to fly. Thanks, guys. It was a lot of fun. Congratulations, Will, and I'll catch you soon. Cheers.
And if you're not a 5ers trader, become one, because we are the best.
Cheers, Rich.
Yeah, Jonatan, awesome stuff, man. Big congratulations on that. I'm going to skedaddle now, have some food, and break my fast. So, guys, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching me just about take the W against Jonatan. What an awesome competitor that was.
That was really fun. That was really good.
That was so much fun. Really close match. Even my hands got clammy towards the end of that. So, guys, awesome
that was a bit.
Yeah, man, that was close. So I'm off now. So I'm going to go eat some food. So guys, I shall see you all. No, I won't see you all tomorrow. I shall see you all Monday.
All right.
Nice one. See you later, guys.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the day.
Yeah, on that bombshell, I'm also going to head out. Guys, it's a shame. Jonatan, you gave it your best. You did really well. I'm looking forward to see what the next competition is going to bring, and some redemption for those who have fallen out of the competition. Good luck to Will, good luck to Samir, and good luck to Carla. Yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Enjoy.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Richard. Fantastic. All right, so we have first finalist on the tournament, and when is going to be the next semi-finalist next week? Between Carla.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna talk to Carla, see if she's available to do next week against Samir, and we'll be setting that up for next week, and then I'll see if I can plan the semi-final in the beginning of next week, and then we'll do perhaps the final on Thursday, depending on who wins and their availability. But yeah, looking at this, I'm really, really happy that we were able to pull this off. We're very close to the finals right now. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 matchups already. And it's really cool to be able to see that we're able to pull this off, and we get a good group of people here. And I want to be able to, do this regularly and have fun with it. All right, now Pedro.
It's nice in a month, I think, like, because it's basically 4 phases, like 4 weeks. Usually, like every month at least should be. If we do change the characteristics of the tournament, then it can be something different. But like this, I think 4 weeks it's enough to have a new champion every time. And the
I think so as well. I mean,
the trophy needs to be traveling between so whoever loses needs to pay the delivery to the other house.
Yeah, you win, you have to pay the delivery. So if you, man, it's expensive, man. If you're gonna send it from like Sweden to UK, man, you have to pay the taxes because they're not in the EU, so you have to pay like the import taxes and everything. It's quite expensive, so yeah, we'll see. Next time I might just order the trophy to the person that wins, have it delivered directly to them. That's probably best.
Drop shipping. Yeah, do drop shipping next time. Kind of wait for the winner and then you send it towards the house. Like, don't have to.
Wait for the winner, and I'm like, here, go to this site and buy whatever you want. Okay, so we got some question here in the comment section. We got baby shoe. Let's think so. Quick question about the 5ers contest. Do you guys have maximal lots which are allowed to trade? I don't know. I don't know with the contest. If you're referring to the contest on the website where you can win prizes, those are just off the charts. I see people make hundreds of % in a week. I don't know. Like, it looks like there's not a lot of lot size, max lot size rules on that one. And I'm not sure about the evaluations, honestly, if I'm going to be honest with you. But go in, and I think the information should be on the website when you go into the programs. I can look that up though. I can do that a bit later. See if I can get back to you on that. Okay, we got RC. Sorry for repeating the question. After testing, do you automate your trading system or manually execute them? So it depends on. Now I'm not really sure what this system is based on. Maybe what this question was based on. Maybe it was based on Richard's and Rich conversation, and if that's the case, I don't really know the context of the question. But I'll try to answer. Well, okay, so it says Rich, but let me just give you my views on this if you have not gotten an answer to it. You want to at least try to automate your trading system, right? But if you have a system that, for example, it's very difficult to quantify supply and demand. It's very difficult to quantify horizontal support and resistance. So if you're like me, let me give an example with my screen, okay? So let me open up TradingView here, and I will show you what I mean. Now imagine that you're trading this system. You can go to a trade that I'm in currently. Look at GBP USD, man. It's just moving higher. But so is, oh, look at gold. All right, whatever. So let's see. I'm currently in USD CAD. Okay, so this is the trade that I'm in. Now imagine if we wanted to create a system out of this. Now it's based on the fact that I thought that this looked like accumulation. And how do you quantify that? How do you quantify me seeing this and thinking that it's accumulation? And then you're getting another range right here. And now I'm thinking, okay, we got accumulation on top of what I previously thought was accumulation. And then you have a break and retest of that range high, combining with the fact that I think that the dollar currency index is bottoming out. So that's the general idea. Now, how do you test that? Now, I don't really know of any way of testing this from a systematic point of view other than doing it manually. Just going back in price history and then playing through price action and seeing if I could be trading that price movement based on the same ideas as I used here from a discretionary point of view. And that is very difficult to trade and to test and to automate. Now, it depends on the system that you have. Now, imagine if you have a system that looks like this, okay? So you have a system that is based on a break and retest in a trending environment. So you got an uptrend right here and you retest that level. Okay, so this is the point of interest. Now what you can do is you can add indicators to look at confluences on the retest. You can, for example, add the 20 EMA. And you see that on most of the retest of the level in the trending market, you see a hit of the 20 EMA. And then you add Fibonacci levels and you see that most of the time, the retest of the level happens on the 50% fib or below the 50% fib. And then you add the stochastics RSI. So you get the stochastics RSI down here. Let me do that a little bit better. So you get the stochastics RSI down here. And you got the 30 level right here or the 30 level here. And you say, okay, on on most of the retests that has good performance, you see the stochastics RSI below 30. Now this is something that is easily coded and automated. And let's add another sequence. Let's say that we need a bullish engulfing candle as well. So when you have, and this is how you create a system, right? You have one bullish engulfing candle, you have two hit of 50% fib, you get 3 hit of 20 EMA, and then you have 4 stochastics RSI below 30. That's the system. And this is a system that I've traded very much in the past actively, and I did actually create an indicator based on that exact idea. So if we switch to that indicator template and we'll look at, for example, USD CAD, and we take a look at the hourly. Now let's see if we can find a possible signal on this system. So this is something that is actually something you can quantify. You can look at the results. So here, for example, you have an idea where price hits the 50% fib right here. And this system is based on hitting the area between the 20 EMA and the 50 EMA. It hits the 50% and goes lower. It has a bullish engulfing candle right here. And if you add the stochastics RSI, you will see that at the point of entry or at the point of hitting that level, stochastics RSI is below 20 or below 30. Now that is a system that you can easily quantify and define with indicators. So that's something you can actually begin automating. But without that, you're trading discretionary. It's very, very difficult to test the system automatically. But I do believe that most people would be better off if they started to create a technical system that they could actually test and gain statistics and numbers on it.
Yeah, that's the hard part with automating something or trying to automatize something.
Yeah,
that's why sometimes even using indicators I think can be one of the best things because they are easier to do. Like you mentioned, try to define supply demand, and that's so subjective. Everyone draws it differently, or even order box or something like that. It can be cluster as well, so it makes it harder and complicated.
Yeah. I'd like to ask you guys in the comments as well. Do you have any experience? Like, what do you guys do? Like, do you have a system? I would love to know if you can use comment. Do you have a system? Is it something that you've back tested? Is it like what's your approach to trading? Because I would be interested in hearing your level of trading as well. Okay, so RC says I use a system. So is that and I know that you do code your own systems and your own indicators and EAs, I believe. So you have some experience in that. But if you don't have experience with that, then you have to have like other ways of creating your system and backtesting your systems.
Yeah. Do you use mostly TradingView to create it, or do you use any other software to?
If I have a system that I have to manually backtest, I would use TradingView. But if I have a system to automate, I would use MetaTrader 5 for backtesting, and then I have another backtesting software, and I would compare the results from the MetaTrader 5 backtest and the other software that I'm using, so that I can see that they need to be correlated, they need to be the same, because sometimes some backtesting engines are giving you different results. And then you also want to do like walk forward testing and Monte Carlo simulations on it, to really see that the strategy is robust. So it's a lot of work, much more work than people actually realize. Let me see. I'm gonna walk through some ideas here that I've some trades that I'm currently in. So like I mentioned, I am in quite a few trades here. I can show you guys my main account that I'm using as a trade copier. I'm using it on a 40k hypergrowth funded account, which is currently in a drawdown, but it's connected to a trade copier, and everything's being copied from this account to the other accounts. So this is what it's looking like right now. Now this is an EA trade. The only trade that's not an EA trade is the USD CAD. All the other limit orders below is from the EAs as well. And then I got the EAs used 30 long, got Euro JPY positions as well from the EA, and the only one that's manual is USD CAD. Now I'm trading the EAs and the manual trades on the same account because I wanted to actually see, will I be able to outperform the EA with my manual trades, or so that's going to be interesting, because the way I'm trading now from a swing trade perspective, I'm actually getting quite good results, and I'm not spending a lot of time. So I've been kind of not rethinking the whole algo thing, but maybe have specific systems or specific accounts just for the algo trading, because the idea with the thing with my swing trading is I'm spending so little time on actual trading with swing trading, and with the EAs you have to spend quite a lot of time to actually monitor the performance of the EAs. But
Are they
the
completely
swing
different
trading
strategies?
is, sorry, what?
Are they completely different strategies that you are implementing on
Yeah, I
the
have at this point I believe I have like eight different EAs that is running on different markets.
comparing with your manual trading, your discretionary trading? Is it different? Or it follows more or less the same process?
No, it's very different. Where's my trading view window? There we go. But it does get a bit boring sometimes with the swing trading. But I haven't gone through the markets properly today, so let me go through here. Because the GBP CHF, I actually closed this one yesterday before going to bed, because it gave me, on 1 hour, it just gave me this huge move to the upside, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta take profit on this. There's no way, like, I'm not gonna see it. The market gives me this move, and then I'm just gonna take the profit. So I'm out of that one. And then USD CAD looking good for move to the upside. GBP AUD, I wanted to short, but I think we have to have another break to the downside here for that to be something I want to short. And then Euro CAD is just, it's really only USD CAD and Euro CAD I'm looking to trade, and Euro CAD could potentially play out maybe next week.
Is it short or?
Yeah, I want to short this one, but we'll see. I need to get that confirmation. We have some solid bearish divergences here, on especially the MACD histogram throughout this whole channel. We're just getting that bearish divergence. I'm liking that for potential short if it plays out, but that's about it. What are you looking at, Pedro? I'm gonna go get some coffee, so I'm gonna switch over to your screen, and then we can I'll be back in a bit.
All right. Guys, let me know in the comments where what trades are you looking at, what pairs you are looking. Avis, you mentioned that you are short on GU. I'm also short on GU since yesterday, and I already closed some part of the position. Price got really close to my break even, to be honest, and now it's kind of back in here. It's one of those usual trades to see price break this level to resume the move to the downside. Initially, I was even looking to see price would go slightly higher, but after the rejection and when I saw this structure being broken to the downside, I decided to short it. So when price started breaking this level, I kind of placed my entry somewhere around there. Today price got really close to my break-even point. Glad it didn't get filled, and I'm still on the trade. And I'm looking to see price does break this structure, and if that happens, then I think this could be the top for now on the pound. If the pound does want to go higher, and could go higher from here, because this is literally a previous level of resistance becoming support, and even from the left you have more structure. This may be another level for price to accumulate and start moving higher. But I'm okay trying to kind of gamble this position in here. So we'll see. We will see. Yeah, Avis mentioned that he sold from 35136, 35136, 35136. Yeah, I think I'm more or less from the same place. 1 second. One second. 5169. Yeah, basically 35159. That's where I'm at. 59. So I'm a little bit higher than you. At least that's where I got filled. But yeah, basically same structure. I don't know if your thought process was the same or not. After you saw this structure being broken, you decided to sell it. Yeah, we'll see what will happen on the pound. It's been quite rangy, even the dollar index. Dollar index also not really managing to break to the upside. It's kind of creating this compression, but still needs a proper break to the upside to kind of validate potential longs on the dollar. Not happening, so who knows if it's going to just continue to drop from here. We'll see. We do also have this low bottom, so maybe price wants to fake out this before going higher. Yeah, we'll see what will happen in the dollar. At this point, still a bit undecided. Yeah. I got into another sell in 2 days. Okay, you got in. Okay. We have 2 sells for now on the pound. That's good. Gold. The gold I was actually short. Actually, price just went now to my break even as well. Yesterday I got some target. I sold it. Where did I sold it? Yesterday, gold. I sold it in here actually quite at the top. So I actually had a good entry. With the news, price actually went back to my break-even level and then went down. I had my initial target at around this structure, and one of the reasons for me to actually try to aim for this short at almost all-time highs or all-time highs, is because actually gold had broken slightly this structure before going higher. And sometimes when I do see this small break, usually it's just a run before price sells off. We did manage to end up taking slightly the low again, but price didn't really follow through. I was looking for my second target a little bit further down, somewhere in there. So now actually I got this one. I got out at break-even, second position, somewhere around here, and now I'm a little bit, of course, trying to sell a double top on gold can be a bit tricky. I still like where price actually reacted. I do like where price still reacted in there, but I may wait maybe for a new fake out of this highs before trying to aim for a new short. I think I'm going to wait for that on gold at this point, and eventually try to catch the same type of target. Eventually try to push price back into these 3,820s or something like that. That would be still the target. Of course, you do need to break this first eventually, but that would be kind of the opportunity I'm going to be looking for on gold. Yeah, so I hope the price actually takes the highs before it goes. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, anything else? What else? Martin's saying, so my system is mark out previous week high, low, current week high, low, previously high, low. After UTC -4, I don't even know what time frame is that. Between 6 and 8, and then 6 p.m. and midnight, and then 6 a.m. higher lows between trade from 9:30. And what you do with that information?
But this is interesting, but it only gives us the information of where
the ranges where that is trying to trade from.
Yeah, it only gives us the area where to trade, but not where to enter and how to enter. But I mean, I like this. This is specific, and it's about timing, so I like that.
I think it's very powerful. By the way, I didn't say hi, but now I do.
Hello
to everyone. Hi Pedro, Jonatan, everyone watching. I think I think it can be very powerful. The same way as recognizing what session you trade. What are they? They are time periods. By understanding the element of time, and also day of the week, time of the day, which session, beginning, end of a particular session. These things can be very powerful, even though they don't tell you what to do or what direction. Obviously, it's not going to be the same direction all the time. But even if they don't give you direction and entry signals, if you can identify and filter out bad moments to get in where your strategy does not perform well, or the opposite, you can actually identify where you should be trading. That can be huge difference in your performance. I've seen it, and it can be a game changer. You can take a strategy that is roughly break even, slightly positive, and make it quite profitable just by knowing when not to trade and when to trade. It can be very powerful. So I don't know this user who indicated time and the session and things like that, but I don't know the information you're sharing exactly there, Martin. Maybe it is Martin from our Discord community. Could be. But I know that these things can be very, very powerful. Louis, Abdullah, and many others in the chat. Thank you all for saying hi. I say hi to you all as well. Jonatan, how's the tournament coming out?
Good, man. So we had the matchup against Will in the semifinals, and he won. Very good trading from him. Very impressed with his trading. Sorry, what?
He was against you, right? He went against you.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm now out of the competition.
So when you say Will won, you mean
you lost.
You lost.
I lost. Yeah.
I'm just playing with you. Will is a good trader, and what were your expectations as you were going into the match? Did you think you had roughly 50, below 50, above 50 chance against him?
No, I mean, I thought I had a good chance of winning, definitely. I mean, he's a good trader, but I mean, obviously he has shown that he won against me, but I think I think I had a good chance of winning. Not gonna lie, I do think I had a good chance of winning, but it's just so frustrating with this 1 hour challenges. It comes down more to luck, which is very, very difficult because if we look at the trades that were taken, we would both have hit TPs on the trades about 1 or 2 hours later. So it's like and we were looking at the same ideas. Mm-hmm. So I'm not gonna say he won based on luck. Obviously, he won because he took better trades and he executed the trades in a better way. Mm-hmm. But I'd like to have more time to really show. To really see our trades come to fruition before the end of the hour. So that's definitely something I'm working on, trying to figure out.
Do you think the limited amount of time, the 60 minutes, favored his style a little bit more than yours?
Well, if we would have a trading competition based on swing trading, then maybe I would have. I don't think so. I mean, I think I'm a better swing trader than a lot of people, but I also know that a good day trader is always going to be making more money than a good swing trader. So it's like, if you are a good day trader and a good scalper, then you'll outperform any swing trader out there if you're consistent. So it doesn't really matter. If we're going to do trading competition, you have to be able to trade the lower time frames, otherwise you're going to lose.
True. I think you're making good points there. Let's not generalize, but I think you're really making a valid point that, because lower time frame traders, day traders and scalpers alike, they have more trading opportunities, the higher trade frequency, and if they employ that edge they have more frequently, they should have a chance of beating someone who's taking maybe a trade a week, But doesn't always have to be the case. But I can understand why the rationale why you think that way, because it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if you have a system, you have a swing trading system that has a, let's say, a profit factor of 1.5, or let's just keep it simple. You have a system that gives you a risk to reward ratio of 2R profit a month. Okay, so let's say you make 2R profit a month on your swing trading system. That could mean that you're making, let's say, 2% a month, okay? And you're taking 4 trades in a month. You're taking 1 trade a week. Now imagine that you're trading the exact type of system on a day trading basis, and instead of taking 4 trades a month, you take 4 trades a week with the same statistics. You're going to be making 6R or close to 6R per month by trading the same way. It's just you're spending more time at the screen. And that's the difference between swing trading and day trading. I can make 2R a month while I'm at the beach 4 hours a day, you know. So I will sacrifice profit to do other things, which also means I can sacrifice profit and build the company, and that company will generate revenue. And I think a lot of times trading is the most difficult thing you can do. I think you can definitely compare a trading career with building a business. It's very difficult to build a business. You're not guaranteed it's going to work, right? You might fail. You're going to take a risk, and you might end up losing money instead of creating a profitable business. Same thing with trading, because trading is basically you take the risk to create a business, right? But with swing trading, you can be a profitable trader and a profitable entrepreneur at the same time. And I don't believe it's I don't believe it's doable to be long-term consistent as a day trader and also be an active entrepreneur, because you have to be like, Elon Musk.
Yes, I think you're uncovering the process of what traders go through. And this user who is talking about high volume traders, like big size traders, they cannot scalp because they cannot get in and get filled completely at that level, right? If you're too big at a certain moment.
But this is not. I mean, this is you look at the volume in EU. Do you understand how much money you need to have to be able to have problems getting filled on EU as an individual trader?
I'm there with you. I'm there with you, Jonatan. It on a high EU is the highest, the highest liquidity. That may not be the case with other pairs. The less less volume they have, likely the more problem, the faster, the earlier you get into you bump into these issues. And it also depends on what kind of risk are you taking. Are you taking small risk with your scalping, or are you taking huge, outsized risk? Because obviously that's not going to work if you're also scalping and taking high risk, and you are a high, a sizable trader. That's not going to work. However, he does make a sense though. He has a point though, and I think there's a parallel to what you're saying, that at a certain moment when you are a beginner trader, it makes sense to spend a lot of time, because you want that growth. You want to have that capital under you. You want to have, big enough capital so you can live off it, right? That it produces enough profit or income per week, per month, per year, etc. But once you get to a certain level, time becomes more important. And what you're explaining, that gradual shift towards swing trading, once you have enough capital, makes a lot of sense. Because once you are up there making more than you need, you're starting to look, how do I minimize the time that is needed to create the same result, and I can do other things. I can and combine, trading with other activities, perhaps, as you said, business, but it could be anything else. It could be, more time with family. You can have some philanthropic activity, or just traveling, whatever it is. That the By shifting towards higher time frame allows you to combine that much more, much easier with other activities, and that's the benefit. That's the beauty of swing trading. It may not be the highest profitable per period of time, but since you are combining it with other activities, it becomes very productive, because you're only doing it a couple of, an hour perhaps, or maybe sometimes even less per day, or 2 per day, so I don't know, depending on your system, and still getting huge, results, huge returns, because you're managing bigger capital. So I think it's a natural progression towards higher time frame. I would assume that for a lot of people. I see it in myself as well. You want to see a certain moment. It's about how much time it takes you to create the same return, and if you can do that with less, and if that's with higher time frame, then that's where I want to be.
Yeah, for me, it's not. I mean, you said that it's a normal kind of. Well, okay.
I'm here.
Nice. Okay, well, you're not
It's
on
proper
the
ghost now.
screen. There's something with your camera. Okay, he's back now. So you mentioned that it's a kind of natural progression that traders go through. They with time, they value maybe time over money, and they kind of gravitate towards swing trading. But for me, it's always been swing trading. Like I've quickly, like earlier in my career, I understood that swing trading is what I want to be doing, and it's also what the statistics showed me, that swing trading is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, for example, this week I've taken three trades, really only 2 setups, but the one setup I've had to trade twice, because one I exited and then I re-entered, so it's pretty much the same setup. But it's only two trades. And sure, I haven't, made a lot of money, but I've maybe, spent 1 hour of analyzing the markets on Sunday, and I got a confirmation of an idea. I looked at the chart for 5 minutes. I've placed an order, and that was on Monday. And then yesterday, Wednesday, I placed another order, and that's everything I've done. About 5 minutes on each order, based on the analysis I did on the weekend. So I've spent 70, maybe 90 minutes in total of actual trading this week, and I'm up 0.5%. So
that's good. That's good.
Yeah, to me that's
very efficient.
That's very, very, very efficient. Which means I can work on my business. I can work on the things for the 5ers. I have all the other products, and that's also generating an income, right? So to me, trading is, even though trading is kind of like my main thing, it's the thing that I spend the least amount of time on. And it has the potential of making way more money. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm making, I'm making like 50% from trading and then 50% from my other ventures. But it looks like the direction I'm taking right now, having multiple incomes, like it's difficult to, if I'm just gonna focus on trading, I have to make a lot of money trading to make up for. So I think for me, the best course of, like, in my trading career, I figured that having multiple incomes makes trading the life of a trader easier.
Yeah, your performance gets better. At least that's my experience as well. When you focus less on just one stream, trading this is, you seem to. It's something, I don't know what it is, but when you force things, when you focus, when you press things harder, at trading at least, it doesn't get better. I thrive when I, have just the right amount of time to dedicate to trading. If I have the complete, all the time only trading, like that's one of the reasons why I do these streams as well, because it's I'm committed, so I have to take a moment away. Yes, I'm looking. Yes, I take trades in the background, but it's not the same, and that's incorporating things like that require, even though it's still trading related, even though I'm still talking about the charts and I'm still analyzing, it's not the hyper focus, intense while trading. So I think these, having the right amount, the right concentration, right, in terms of dilution and things like that, the right concentration of trading during the day, and that optimum could be different for everyone. Perhaps for you, Jonatan, it is just 1 hour, 2 hours a day, and not the whole day. For others, like myself, it's many hours. But there's also an optimum where if I spend the whole day only doing that, my performance doesn't get better. It actually gets a little bit worse. So and combining other activities is actually a healthy thing for a trader, I think, and it can actually be even more profitable.
Yeah, it's a great conversation. I think we can talk about this for quite some time, but I'm gonna have to go. But I do want to comment on that last part you said. It feels like when you're pushing it to the limit, it's usually when you begin a drawdown or that's the top of whatever progress you had before. And I feel like it's like you're in the zone, and then when you're in that flow state of mind, you can easily become very confident, and then that confidence is kind of pushing you to push yourself, which means you're getting out of that flow state of mind. And I think also part of being in that flow state of mind is not being too confident. It's all about being very balanced. And for me, when I'm in that flow state of mind, I'm very aware of any type of mistakes that I might be doing. So, or any type of mistakes that I know I can potentially make. So I'm just going to be very calm, very relaxed. I'm going to take my time to think through my decisions. But as soon as I get that taste of winning a little bit too much, and maybe I become a little bit too overconfident, that is always the top of my equity curve for that particular session or season. So I think it's very important to keep yourself balanced mentally.
I know you said you ran out of time, and you are you're very busy and all of that. However, Harshir Patel has a great point. What do you think of this? Having different formats of competition, ones that are slower, others that are faster, where different kind of traders or strategies get more chance to be expressed, right? If you are, let's say, a swing trader, if you have let's say 5 days or maybe 2 weeks to perform, you're going to be able to, for example, in your case, you're going to be able to catch some good moves, which you will never catch on the 60-minute format. So what do you think of that? Before you go, that's the last thing. I'm not going to hold you back.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about this exact format right here, but I do. There's a lot of problems as well with having, like I said, we can do a 1 week matchup, but again, if you have a good day trader and a good swing trader trading for 1 week, if the day trader trades well, he's going to outperform the swing trader. Because of the simple fact of volume. It all comes down to it all comes down to system. So I think actually a trading competition is just honestly kind of stupid, because I might have, let's say I have a long-term track record of making 2% per month, and then I have another guy, a long-term track record of making 5% a month. The person with 5% a month is always going to perform better in a trading competition, but maybe I have 10 million more in capital than him, so I'll be having a much better life in terms of monetary gain. But in simple terms, in terms of percentage and risk to reward ratios, it's all about the specific system that you have, and then it comes down to personality. Am I able to trade the same system that he is trading? Maybe not, because I'm just wired differently than him. So a trading tournament and a trading competition doesn't really show. It shows you one thing, and that is if you're able to adapt to different conditions and different sessions and things like that. So it for someone to win, like if Will, for example, wins this trading competition, that means he's very good at adapting, and he's very good at trading lower time frames and making money in a short amount of time consistently, and that's awesome. But it's very subjective, and it's a very personal journey in trading. So I think if you really want to have a proper trading competition, you'll have to do it for at least 6 months, and you have to, instead of tracking the profit factor, you would have to maybe look at the Sharpe factor, and just go only on risk to reward, risk to drawdown ratio, and perhaps the Sharpe ratio, and then just go simply based on that, and then let them out in 6 months, because that's really what's important long term.
Well said. Well said. Couldn't agree more with you, Jonatan. Thank you for being with us today and sharing all these great insights with our audience, who are privileged having you here.
All right. See you guys next week. Take care.
Take care, Jonatan.
Bye.
Pedro, you were a little bit quiet, so I have all these questions for you now. What do you think about a trader becoming better when they have multiple streams of income? What do you think about that statement? Is that something you can attest to it? Is that something that...
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it is multiple or not. Definitely a trader performs better if at least his needs are covered. That's 100%. Okay, and that's usually even anyone that works in a real prop firm, or kind of actually works in a desk. They have.
What do you mean real prop firm? What do you mean real prop firm?
They're working on the desk. They're working on a desk, on a desk in an office where. Well, you know what I mean. So
you mean a physical office, somewhere where all the traders come in. The 5ers is as real as it gets, but just we're
it's just a different concept. It's a different concept.
Everyone is their home. You don't have to come in the office if you're funded trader. Yeah. That's what Pedro means. I'm just
SMB Capital kind of example, just to give an example of in New York.
Brick and mortar.
Exactly. So those guys, at least they also have salaries. At least their income is, at least their needs are covered. Like no one is trying to trade with millions of dollars and be worried about if they have money to pay their bills or to pay their rent or whatever. And it wouldn't even make sense for everyone to hire someone to not let him kind of free of mind perform, and instead of being worried if you're in a drawdown, then you don't have money to pay your bills. Of course, if you are in a drawdown, or if you don't perform after a few months or years, well, you're not going to be sitting there anymore, right? Someone else is going to be sitting on your place. So yes, if it is multiple source of income, if it is just one source of income, whatever it may be, having those needs covered, maybe not based on the outcome from your trading, that would be definitely useful because it removes stress. Every loss or win, it removes kind of the need, because if you actually need the money from trading to survive, every loss is going to feel different. The weight of the loss is going to be much bigger, and you're going to start over trading in tilt, and you start going to think, oh my god, I'm in drawdown, I don't have money to pay whatever, and you're going to start over trading. And the opposite as well, like if you miss a trade, or if you are in profit, you may have more tendency to just close the trade as soon as possible because you see money in the account and you see that that's money that you're going to use it. So most likely you are not going to even let the winners run in your favor and maybe take full advantage of your system, because you are going to feel super under stress. Another aspect that it's important to also mention here is there are cycles within our journey as traders, and those cycles are that when you're starting or not yet consistent profitable, it's normal that you are going to be forcing stuff. You're going to be learning, spending hours and hours and 10 hours 15 hours per day analyzing the charts, kind of consuming content as much as possible to eventually get to a stage where you know a little bit what you are doing and hopefully start getting a little bit of results. And that was actually a conversation that we had this week within the Portuguese community, where actually one guy, I don't know if João is here or not, but João was in a 5% drawdown. He actually managed to recover now from the 5%. But one thing that he actually started to realize is the importance of quality over quantity. So in the beginning, because you don't really know exactly maybe what you are doing, or you feel that you need to make money out of trading, because that's then how you can call yourself a trader. If you're profitable, you feel like that you need to trade a lot. But eventually, when you do actually go into this break-even dance, eventually to a potential profitable trader, you are going to realize that actually it's more about quality instead of quantity. So this is the process, or the natural process, where you're going to actually start being more restrict or be more maybe add a few more filters on the positions that you enter, and as a consequence you may actually noticing that you start reducing the number of trades that you take, and because of that you may actually start spending less time on the market, on the charts, than you actually may have spent before. And that's basically the natural transition, and this is actually kind of opposite to any other industry, where the more you do, the more you earn. On trading is kind of the cycle is the opposite. Like the more time you spend in the charts usually equals to less profitable, and that actually when you eventually transition into becoming more selective and looking for more quality, now you actually spend less time. You still need to spend the time of analyzing the market, eventually journaling. Hopefully everyone is journaling, but in terms of execution, actually spending maybe time executing trades, that's going to be reduced quite a lot, and that's mostly now the moment actually are going to earn more. But you never will get this phase without kind of going through the battle and kind of out that other phase in there. So that's kind of then, and that's maybe as a natural transition again, all of a sudden you see yourself with a little bit more free time, and that's when maybe start thinking, okay, what can I do with my maybe extra free time that I have in here? And this is maybe there where you start thinking about other source of income, other maybe business related to trading, or anything else that you maybe have a hobby and that you like it, and maybe now starting to find ways to monetize that, or just to learn something new skill that you always want, a new language, whatever it may be. For anyone that actually then wants to still continue just focus on trading by itself, as we now know, it can be a business, and business can be kind of in your own portfolio, just as a restaurant that you serve drinks, you serve starters, main course, desserts, and so on. You can also have maybe your main course when you're on trading, which is your main strategy, and then you can add small edges, small things within your portfolio. So that would be a way that you could even call within trading. You can actually have different sources of income, because you may have your own main strategy, and then you can maybe find specific niches that you can find maybe as a scalper for one day, and you still have your swing position and whatnot. So even within trading, you can have different sources of income. Let's call it like that. If you want to actually then spend the time to again work on your strategy, improve it, and find those small edges within the market. Some actually like to do that. Some others, as soon as they find something, they just then again transition into going to start adding other things outside trading, let's just say like that. So it ends up being kind of a natural process, I believe so, of a person as well. Maybe also with the experience, all this enthusiasm of coming to the market and feeling all these emotions every single time, they are not there anymore. It starts being more monotonous, a little bit more boring. Of course, it's never boring, but you know what I mean. And so I think that's a natural process of the traders. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
No,
awesome
depends of course. Yeah, depends of course. Not just to conclude, of course, depends on the strategy. If someone is super scalping and opens 20 trades per day, and that's how their edge is, fantastic. You're going to do that. But maybe you're not doing that now 5 hours per day. Maybe you're just doing that for 1 hour, 2 hours per day, and then you move on. Because as you mentioned, Vitor, now you realize that maybe spending 5 hours per day is not as effective, and you maybe start giving money back maybe after 2 hours, 3 hours, because you're just tired. Your thought process or the way you kind of process ideas is not the same. You get tired, fatigue, and you see that's not beneficial for you anymore. So maybe now you just trade 2 hours instead of 5 hours or something like that. Eventually it depends on each one. But yeah, that's a bit my opinion on that, and I think it's a natural process.
Yeah, it certainly is a natural process, and GEU going down is also a natural process as we're looking at the charts. Have someone in the chat has caught it being very chart addy or addy. Let's see.
Evis was in the short as well.
Who is in the short?
Evis. I don't know if Evis is still there. But he mentioned how he was in the short on GEU. I'm also in the short on GEU since yesterday.
Okay,
I got lucky. I was almost got out of break even. Are you in the short as well?
I'm not in the short yet, but I'm certainly looking for that short coming up either today or tomorrow. If you don't mind, show us if you haven't done so yet for the audience, secretly for me. Could you show what you're looking at on GEU? Where you get short, and why do you think that's the direction you want to be showing? You want to be
yeah. So the short was yesterday. Was when price started to move to the upside. I was starting to consider looking for shorts. I'm still a bit bearish on the pound dollar. It's a bit of a mix on the dollar index. I'm not so bullish because price, in my opinion, didn't really manage to break a specific structure that I wanted to become more bullish. But on the pound, we actually managed to break this low last week before we recovered on Friday. So in my opinion, I think we are still bearish on the pound, and this top actually reacted really nicely from this previous high as well. So it looks like this is a nice structure of a kind of a double top, and we do have this double low in here on the weekly time frame, which maybe some people may be looking at this as liquidity, and maybe they try to push price eventually to the downside. But the main reason was because yes, last week we did end up managing to twist take this low, and for me that's a little bit of a break of structure, expecting price to go down. So initially I was thinking if I was looking for shorts still within this demand zone, this supply level. But I ended up not really taking any trades in here. Euro dollar as well didn't really look that great, and even on dollar index as well, I didn't really like the zone. So yesterday, when I saw the big push to the upside, actually I wanted price to go slightly higher. I actually have a little bit of this rectangle. I wanted to see price would end up taking this top in there, but the reality is that it started to respect slightly lower than that, and it was in the moment when we did manage to break this structure in here that I ended up then placing my orders. When price eventually make this move to downside, I placed my order. This almost could be seen as a Quasimodo in here as well, and yeah, I just placed my order. Yeah, it was somewhere exactly around here, kind of in the midst of the zone. So yeah, somewhere around here, it was 5.9, I think that I mentioned. Yeah, somewhere around here, 5.9. I just looked at my order before. So I placed my order in here. I got my first target close to the lows, and actually in this case, because we are actually, even though I don't really look at Fibonacci, but I just realized that we actually touched the 50% Fibonacci retracement. from this high to this low. We actually touched now this 50, I think it's 50%. I started to look a little bit at POC, not exactly something that I still implement on my strategy, but it was also in alignment a little bit with the high volume in here on this area. So there was maybe a few correlations in there. And yeah, so I did manage to get that one. I was lucky because after I got my first target and I saw price holding these lows, I actually ended up moving my stop loss to break even before I went to bed yesterday. And this morning I got close to it. Like price got really close to my break even point. I was lucky. If maybe I had opened my trade a little bit lower, maybe I would have got out at break even on second position. And the reason for me to do that is because price was still holding an important structure, kind of this previous level support resistance. So maybe this could actually still be a continuation to the upside. I was lucky, price actually didn't stop me out or took me out at break even, and now it looks like it's starting to take this low, so hopefully it does. And maybe from here actually could be eventually the retrace to the downside, or maybe price could target maybe below these lows in here, which is basically the opening of the week if not mistaken. So that was a little bit of my thought process. It's not exactly in terms of where price is reacting on the left side, it's not my normal type of approach, but in terms of the way price behaved in the moment to look for the entry, that's basically what I usually look for. So it play out just like that so far, and we'll see what will happen next, basically.
Awesome,
yeah,
like that a lot. While you were talking, did I understand correctly that you're no longer in the short? GU short?
No, I am in the short. I am in short. Okay. I survived the potential break even.
Okay. So, but you took partials already?
One partial.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. What is the reason for holding?
It's exactly because on the higher time frame I'm still bearish. Price kind of retraced a good level. If not from here, I think maybe price can go all the way maybe there, and that's maybe where the bigger reversal is going to be, or it can actually maybe be this level where it's going to start pushing price back into this low. So bigger picture, I'm still a bit bearish because we did manage to take these lows. So I'm looking for that. It may not be from here. We'll see. But just based on the bigger picture, because price actually already retraced at least those 50% as well. It was a gamble, to be honest. The second position is a bit more of a let's see what the market will do, and I'm okay with it. I'm actually okay with that with that second position.
It's so good. The reason that I ask you that, I will show you guys when we switch to my screen. Are there more opportunities you wanted to show the audience, Pedro?
I was in a short on gold yesterday as well. That one I already got out at break even, second position. I actually shared on the chat on WhatsApp. I don't know if you guys were serious, thought I was serious or not, but I actually short the gold yesterday. I got it out at first target in here as well. One of the reasons was because we start managing to slightly break this low. So usually when I see a small break of structure and then price just spikes really aggressively to the upside, usually it's more of a squeeze and price comes back. It actually did that, but it didn't follow through. So my second position should have been somewhere in here, but this time, yep, break even. Again, it's gold. Maybe gold actually wants to touch the 3,900 before it actually flips. So I'm waiting to see what will happen above these highs now, to see if there's going to be a second opportunity to short, or also how price actually is going to behave around this 3,900. I know that in the stream this week we have been speaking a little bit of what are the scenarios that gold is going to do when eventually gets to this level. We'll see. So I'm waiting for that level to be touched before trying to take any other trade on gold. Just one point is that apparently we didn't really had the news then. There was that potential or possibility that the unemployment claims wouldn't be released because of the government shutdown in the US. And apparently there's no news about that, which means that maybe tomorrow we may end up not having NFP as well.
Right.
Which is
tentative indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
I saw that today. There was a high impact news that was tentative, and usually that means that can happen anytime. But I also
Exactly.
noticed that it's not there anymore, not even tentative, nothing. It's gone. So maybe
past
tomorrow's
normal
gonna
hour.
be an NFP day without an NFP.
Yeah, that's going to be. It's just going to be interesting, honestly. I just one parenthesis. In the 5ers, I think Abe actually shared that post on Discord. We are still treating it as kind of a normal hour, so don't open any trades before those 2 minutes and after those 2 minutes of the traditional hour of NFP, which is 1:30 UK time, and whatever time it is where we are from. So just treat your account properly or accordingly with the rules of the news. But we don't know at this point if it actually is going to be released or not. So there was that risk. Today, apparently, I don't see anything about the unemployment claims. So yeah. We don't know anything.
Did I understand you correctly by saying that even if there is no NFP, the NFP hour where it was scheduled is still a high impact news event? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what Abe mentioned on the Discord post that he shared. Maybe I can bring it in here, just so everyone. Yeah, it's a long post. Let's just bring it in here. Yeah, so Abe literally just mentioned this part. So yeah, schedule set time, but since we have been changed to tentative, our suggestion goes as the same. So high stakes 2 minutes either side, don't trade, and I think it's going to be based on the traditional hour, which is usually 1:30.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I didn't know. That escaped my my perception. All right. Perfect. I thank you for all of that, Pedro. I'm gonna I ask you specifically, why do you hold it? Because I know what I'm going to be talking about, and I wanted to hear why. What is it that made you want to hold this longer for a longer target? Because of just what I said. I'm gonna switch a chart if that's okay with you.
Yep.
All right. So we have the monthly time frame, and we have. Doesn't happen very often, but we do have on the monthly time frame, we have a quasi. I'm gonna take Jonatan away, not that he's here, but let's see how that does. It seems to me I can't remove him. Maybe he will come in and remove himself soon. There we go. Yeah, thank you. I think Remy took Jonatan away. Okay, so I sometimes think that, I'm not sure. All right, so on the monthly time frame, we have a huge, gigantic dinosaur format of a opportunity, and that's the following. You have a quasi. Who would have guessed? Yes, a quasi. Here you are. This is the potential, not a potential, it's already confirmed. It's the confirmed uptrend. That part goes there, but you get the point. That's the left shoulder. This is the head. It takes out the neckline. It goes all the way down. All of this happened way a long time ago, but that's the time frame. I mean, it's the monthly. And if you go back above the 50% retracement from this top to that low, you will find that there were one entry order block on that monthly quasi, which we already went past a long time ago. But there is a combination of two order blocks that create this entry order block on the monthly time frame, right? That's exactly where we had this reaction. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody really knows. I don't have that crystal ball. However, if the market is going to be reversing back to bearish, that is your best bet where it's going to be doing that. Don't forget that the market was already. Let me move that post lower. The market has been in a downtrend on that longer term firm. So it makes sense that at some point, right, the trend hasn't been broken yet. As long as this high is still standing, the swing point is still valid, it is completely, it's actually higher probability that it will eventually come back, because that's the trend. The trend is still bearish. So where is it going to likely make that? I don't know, but if I use these order blocks and these quasi, it tells us that the area is, let's point that out here, is right here. That's the entry order block. That's not the entry order block. What am I saying? This is the entry order block on that monthly time frame. It is wide, I know, but it is what it is. I didn't make it, so don't blame me. So that's the order block on the monthly time frame, and it's an entry, just not a regular order block. It's an entry order block on the quasi, right? So you have a much bigger, elaborate reversal pattern that tells you that this is, if the market is going to reverse, it's likely to do that from this area. All right, so that's one thing. So you have a structure from the left that tells you that there could be a reversal coming up. And what do we see? What does price do once we get to that area? Does it just, continue to climb as if nothing happened? Like there is no bearish order block there? No, it reacts. How does it react? It reacts with a outside bar, a bearish one, obviously, right? And what does it do next? So one thing is we have the structure to the left. We have a reaction that makes sense, that is aligned with that structure, right? Because that's what the structure is telling us. Seller might be coming in here. If we're going to have a reversal, this is the range. Even though it's wide, this is the range sellers might be coming in. Sellers do come in, right? So you have confirmation that the market is reacting to the structure that we identify. All of this on the monthly time frame. We're not going lower time frame yet. And what does price do when it creates these order blocks, right? Like so. That's the movement, basically. It goes back a lot of time to retest it. Now, the retest hasn't finished yet. It's still in the retest process. So we don't know. Maybe it will break it. Maybe we'll break it, and all of this is just a failed attempt later on. That can be the case. However, right now we've already retested quite, what is this, like 85% of that newly formed fresh order block on the monthly, and we had a huge, look at that wick that it left behind. I don't know if you can see it. If you can, check your chart on the monthly Oenda on your trading view, and you'll see what I mean. It left that pin bar. Now, usually pin bar is an indication of rejection, but a pin bar on its own doesn't tell anyone. If it doesn't tell anything, if it's a random pin bar, it doesn't say anything. But right here, it's not random. It's telling us that the pin bar, right? Actually, it's not a very beautiful pin bar, to be fair. Let me measure this. Is it a pin bar? My definition of a pin bar is the following. You take the biggest wick. Let me mark this. Biggest wick, right? That's this difference, which is 229. And that has to be more than the rest of the candle, and it is. So it is a pin bar. It's not the most powerful pin bar, but it is a pin bar in my definition of it. So it does mean that the market has reacted again. So you had the first reaction and then the second reaction on this newly ordered block. Now, so the monthly is telling us we have a bigger structure that sellers might be coming in. Sellers did come in, right here, creating that outside bar. And now we're retesting that order block. Meaning everything is ready. It's like, when you were a kid, you would say, ready, set, we're at the go part, basically. So that's where we are on the monthly time frame. So let's go to the weekly. So what does the weekly tell us, right? That big wick that I just talked about is this price action on the monthly. On the weekly, it's this, and on the monthly, it was a monthly wick. It left, not very surprisingly, it left a fresh order block behind, right? That's a weekly fresh order block behind. And what does it do next, right? After it created that fresh order block, right? It went up. went all the way down. That's what created, actually here is what created the order block, but it went even lower. It comes back in this week, because this is the weekly, right? This week it comes back to retest it. Actually, retested last week as well. But now we have this is the immediate retest. As long as the range hasn't left the order block, all of this is just immediate retest. It's fresh, obviously. And so the reaction, the monthly reaction, is supported by a weekly reaction as well, of a weekly fresh order block being retested already, actually looking at the whole, this whole week. Okay, let's go to the daily. What does the daily tell us? Right, it's getting more beautiful by the second here. Let's look at this. Right, so we have, yes, there is a bigger quasi. I see that too, which is this, right? This is the bigger quasi, right? There you are. That's where it initially got into the monthly quasi for the first time and created that. But we already know it didn't actually trigger onto this daily entry order block on the quasi yet. Did not trigger. However, in the meantime, right, we created, or the market created another quasi, right? So not considering the bigger one to the left, but this one. Let me see, where is it? That's the quasi. Okay, there we go. Have an established uptrend. It breaks it, goes lower than that low. By definition, that creates the quasi. And if you look back from this low to that high, is there any specific place you would say that the sellers would be interested in shorting? It's that area right there. What do? We get there, we have an initial wick being formed right there. So on the daily time frame, if you look at the price action for the bars so far, it hasn't been confirmed. There is no signal on the daily. However, the day is still young, or should I say the week is still young, because if you go to the H4, next stop, right? What do we see? We see where the market came up to the daily order block right there on the H4 time frame, reacted. Sellers didn't come to the market, didn't tell us that they took control, did not, although it did react to a very beautiful H4 order block to the left, but it wasn't part of a quasi, and it wasn't fresh, so there was nothing to me. There wasn't something I could trade, although you could have had a very nice trade trading from that order block nonetheless. We had that first reaction, and comes the second reaction, and look at the beauty of this second reaction. I mean, this is something for Miss Universe. That's how beautiful this is. This is just something to hang in the Louvre, kind of a beauty here. Look at this. If Da Vinci was seeing this, he would be licking his fingers, saying, "Mwah! This is just gorgeous." Look at that. Look at this reaction. Comes to the order block on the daily time frame and reacts like a beast. Look at that. Isn't that such a amazing technical reaction on that daily order block? Something that we had many days behind. That's technical analysis at its best. So you have the reaction, very impulsive reaction from the order block, that daily order block on that daily on the quasi, and that creates another fresh order block. Obviously, that's what market does when it is impulsive. So what I'm waiting for is that we may have a daily, or that we have a retest of this H4, and there might be other structures in the future, but so far I have this H2 order block that gives this alignment. So this is the area I'm going to be fishing initially. We'll have to see if that's going to be the area going forward. And so I'm waiting for price to come back and to then short it from there. But before it does that, I would like the price to create on the daily, to create, to let us know that the sellers are in control. That could be an engulfing, that could be an outside bar, that could be a big wick to the upside, that could be many things. But I want price today to close, or coming days, doesn't have to be today, to close as a candlestick combination that tells us without a doubt that sellers have come in and they are really pulling that rope, right? That tug of war. They are doing their best to push down, and they have won at least these two or three sessions, depending on how many candles your signal has in as a signal. So that's what I'm waiting for. So I'm gonna be looking, and if you go to the H1, right? So I think that's just gorgeous. Let's see. If we look at so there is let me see if there is, what was there? There was something here that I wanted to show, which was all right. So on H1, my neckline would be all the way down here. So there is no quasi, to be fair. No quasi, however, yeah, that's it. There is no quasi, so that's not something I would want to be watching. There was something, I think I saw something that was of interest. Maybe it was on EJ, which I may talk about later. But in any case, this is the area that I'm interested in, which is a refinement of that H4 order block. And that's where I'm going to be waiting for price to come in. That's not going to be my stop, but that's where the setup is invalidated, and to target if we do get that daily structure confirmation. Okay. And I am in the trade as an intraday trade or a day trade. That means that I can expand this, for a higher time frame. I can expand this perhaps for this low, and maybe on the weekly time frame. Do we have something as well? We also have this weekly structure. So, we do have a bearish here, so that wouldn't help me very much. In that case, I will have to, target something. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult to assess right now, but it's going to be within this structure in any case. That means that I can safely, I don't know, but I can target something, with good probability, something that is much lower. Let's see. Probably that order block right there, right? That's the kind of chances or the kind of opportunity that I'm looking for. And this is 16 pips. GU, I don't trade with 16 pips. My entries rarely go above 10. I would say 10. Just make it as an example. 10 pips is that's 9.5. Let's be precise. Right, that's precise enough. So that means that you can get these bigger moves, but only if the daily switches over as well. If the day does not switch over, I would just target the next structure in sight, which would be something, perhaps that order block on the H4, perhaps, I don't know, whatever. Maybe it's going to be this swing low as it got before it got higher. Maybe something like that. I will be targeting that low, that previous low. It depends on, whatever, we still need more data to come out in order to be able to read this. But this is only one opportunity on GU, which I think
it was actually my target yesterday, but because today we actually retested the double top, I just expanded my target a little bit further. Yesterday price had went directly towards there. I would that would be my second target at the main zone in the middle. But because of the double top, I'm hoping maybe there's some more retracements. Maybe price actually can now start dropping, and I just move my target further down. Not as down as you. I'm not looking for that daily level just yet. I'm still within last week's structure, but I just move it a little bit.
I was talking passionately, as you guys could see on my quasis and order blocks, and I was seeing with the corner of my eye the chat being very active, and I'm going to check to see what you guys were talking about. So someone asking, where do I see sellers coming in? What time frame, Legion FX? Let me know what time frame, and I will tell you where I tell you what I think. Texas Intermediate. Do you trade oil, Pedro? Maybe you can talk there. Someone.
Yeah, I'll take a look at oil. Yeah.
Maybe you can do that. We'll switch to yours if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just following a little bit US indices to see if there's an opportunity to short it. But it's bouncing a little bit. I'll wait a little bit more. Let the first reaction from the US Open to go, and then I'll see which direction price wants to go.
Market
And the reason for that, go ahead. Yeah, did just open 3-4 minutes ago. And the reason for that is because I don't know, with the government close and everything, it doesn't really make sense for price to just continue to go up to all-time highs and talk about US indices. So I think there's going to be a move to the downside. Yeah, NASDAQ is literally just selling off at this point. Yeah, NASDAQ is literally just dropping right
Which
now.
is good or not for you?
Yeah, it's good. Just don't go too far away because I'm still not short yet. That's just stay close. Like show signs of selling, but don't go. Just don't.
That's a huge
don't go all the
drop.
way.
That's violence.
Yeah, it's a good drop because again it broke yesterday new all-time highs. It again doesn't really make sense. Now we don't even receive the data, so no one knows. For example, about unemployment claims, are you going to have news tomorrow about NFP? Yes or no? So I think it's a little bit of a gamble of just continue to see price going to the upside. I think at least until we actually know what will happen. For many days, we maybe the government may be shut down. Personally, I don't really see the reason for price just continue to go all-time high. So I may fight this move if it continues to go higher. And gold just quickly, yeah, gold just broke slightly all-time highs. I was already moving down. So I gold honestly around this 3,900, I think is going to be quite interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of selling pressure. I think many people are looking at this round number as a barrier, as maybe a level that maybe either some people are going to take profits or some people are going to try to start looking for sales. So I'm really curious to see what will happen at this 3,900. I'm just going to be waiting until actually that level is touched before I do anything. In regards to oil, which was, who was asking again? Oil, 1 second. It was Harsh. Yeah, oil, it was an interesting one. I've been waiting for oil for many weeks now. What is oil in here? Because oil has been respecting this level of support for a few weeks now. Like basically since for the month of September, we didn't manage to break below 62 or 619, something like that. So it was one touch, second touch, third touch. And to be honest, I thought I'd missed the move when price actually started to go to the upside from the third touch. And especially after also it took the stop, I thought, okay, price may actually go. This is one potential target that I've been looking at.
Sorry to interrupt you, but gold is dropping. Go ahead. Just saying for those who have gold positions, watch your position because gold is reacting, making huge 1 minute candles. Just a little little update there. But go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah. So now, level that I've been waiting on oil, and just as I mentioned also in the comments, I think we are going to have another OPEC meeting this weekend. So again, the big suppliers or producers of oil are going to meet this weekend, and we'll see what is going to be the outlook for the future. I think maybe to increase again production in November. Who knows what's going to happen. But I've been waiting a little bit at this 61 mark, mostly because looking left, I do like this demand zone. There is a gap in here. I think this depending on the server that you are looking at. In some servers, maybe there's no gap whatsoever. In this case, on the one that I'm looking at, there is a gap. So I've been waiting quite patiently, to be honest, for price to eventually close that gap. And after that, I'm going to be curious to see how price may react and potentially look to for a buy. I like the fact that we have all this basically structure, that basically many people that have been buying at around this level. Of course, where are they placing their stop losses? Most likely just below that level of support. So maybe that's where they are a little bit now in pain. And actually, just as Harsh mentioned, he actually flipped the position and now he's short. So not just people or the longs are getting a little bit squeezed, as the same thing that now everyone is starting to think about selling, because again, that's usually what happens after price breaks an important level of structure. So that's actually something that I like to actually potentially buy. okay, to potentially trap actually these people into thinking that price actually just wants to go down now, and I'm going to be looking to potentially looking for longs. I still need to wait for some confirmations in here. I want to see at least some break of structure to the upside. We had a little bit of this top being taken, basically just reacting from this supply level. So I like the fact that price is moving in a compression way. So as price is moving down, is basically taking the orders from the previous supply level. That's perfect. I like that. Even then, this one retest, perfect. Let it continue to squeeze a little bit, because then the reversal is going to be a little bit easier to be done. Now, when it's going to happen, I still need to wait. But I'm definitely going to be looking for a trade somewhere around this level. A potential target. Or there are maybe two types of entries that you can look in here. One, a little bit more at the extreme, still underneath this level. If there is that confirmation, then we can look for longs. Or whenever price comes back into the range again, maybe there's a new opportunity to look for longs again when price reacts from this 62, and maybe try to push again for this 65 as a target. And that's going to be more or less the play I'll be looking for on oil. I'm not sure if there is any reason for oil just continue to go to the downside. Maybe deceleration of the economy, something like that. But I think in general, again, all those OPEC members, they don't really like to see just the price of oil just drop. They like to keep it at a certain range. So yeah, that's going to be the play I'm going to be looking at. Potentially back into the structure and eventually all the way there.
Patel has a reaction to you. I think it might be he shorted based on trendline analysis and supply and demand. And
no, like your Harsh. First of all, maybe the question to be where is your target and where actually did you short from? Because there was a short opportunity. I think there was a short opportunity these last few days, even when price was around this level. So I think shorts are still here. It's just depending on what type of target you are looking for. If you're already looking for a target maybe at 60s or 59, maybe price is not ready to go there. But lower time frame, like if you're looking more at 15 minutes time frame or 1 hour, for example, this could have been a good short. Like we had the supply level around this level, could have been a good short. Maybe in here could have been also a good short at around this level. Now it's getting really close to the level I'm looking for on this gap, so I'm going to be just waiting. But this is my style of trading as well. I'm patient enough to wait for these reversals. I like to see liquidity, but it's basically composed with either double top or a specific higher time frame high. I like to see a fresh level of demand or supply if I'm shorting, and then I want to see. I like this kind of approach is good as well. It's a compression type of approach. I like to see the fact that we actually managed to break previous structure even before we actually made this squeeze to the downside. So there are a few things in here that actually I'm enjoying on what I'm looking at on oil. So we'll see. We'll see what will happen.
His TP was 60-50.
60-50, yeah, may get there. It's a bit more into here, and I can see that NASDAQ just continues to.
What is your take about the what OPEC would like to oil to be at, higher or lower than current levels?
Well, OPEC, of course, they make the money if the price of oil is higher, then they'll make more money. Like that's basically how they like it. That's why they don't like to see just oil going to downside, and they keep adjusting either the production that they do or kind of how much also they want to keep selling. So that's why usually oil is sorry.
But too high wouldn't be favorable for them as well, because it will push.
Yeah, definitely not, because that will. That will
push renewable. It will push the industry to look for alternative, and stimulate renewable economy or renewable energy, I should say. So it's a delicate balance.
Yeah, that's why I like to see kind of a range. There was for many months back in 2023 and something like that, it was between maybe 70s and 80s. Now it has been kind of between this, let's call it maybe 55 or 60 and 65 or 70. Like that's maybe a little bit of a $5 to $10 range that price likes to trade. You can even look at these levels as well. This was also around when Trump was in the White House in 2019. Again, maybe around between 50 and 66. So there's maybe a little bit usually ranges that oil likes nice to trade. That's why sometimes even looking for reversals on oil or try to trade ranges is one of the best assets to look for, because we are not expecting oil all of a sudden to go to 100s or all of a sudden to go to 50s, because there's actually market
negative
participants. Yeah, there's going to be actually market participants that's going to stop that to happen. Unless it was COVID, like there was that event of COVID that actually price went negative. I don't think it was a bit. I think it was Brent that actually price went all the way. Or maybe it was actually this one. Like look at this candle. That was history.
That was crazy.
Yeah. No, everyone thought that's it. We are in lockdown. No one needs oil anymore. Like why to buy petrol or whatever? Like no one's going to travel. No one's going to be driving anymore. Yeah, that would be. No one needs it anymore.
People are enjoying a lot your analysis, Pedro, and everything you have to say about how you break down the analysis, because the requests keep coming in. They want you. They didn't say you guys. They didn't say Victor. No, they said Pedro. All right, Sham, I understand. I respect that. It's fine. You can have Pedro. Pedro, so can you take a look at CAD Yen
my goodness.
For Muhammad?
Sorry. CAD Yen. Oh my goodness me. There you go. There you go. When prices falls like this, I don't know how to trade this. I
know how to trade this.
You just sell it, right?
No. You sit on your hands.
You sit on your hands, right?
That's how you trade it.
That's a frustrated one. I like so. Yeah. Oh well. CAD Yen. It's been a long time since I looked at CAD Yen. I only look at CAD Yen when you guys ask me about CAD Yen, because I never look at CAD Yen. Where is CAD Yen in here? Do I even have CAD Yen? This is CAD Yen
went on a vacation.
There you go, CAD Yen. What is
CAD Yen went to Greece, I mean.
Sham, what is your take on CAD Yen? That will be better. It looks like bearish at this point. So yeah, I kept holding this level. This one is a nice break of a trend line, nice retest. So for even anyone that trades trend lines, typical entry. I think we analyzed this one on the live stream, and that maybe the last time we looked at it. It was 1 month ago, on the 3rd of September. So I think I was bearish by then. I think price had started to break some structure. I think it got really close to this high. So I think I was starting a little bit bearish. In this case, it nice fake out into this high. I call it kind of a typical zone 2 type of a move after the top is created. A little bit of a manipulation. Price starts breaking the lows first, and well, unfortunately, I don't know if this ended up being a quasi-model, because I don't know if price actually managed to take this low before that. Otherwise, it would have been kind of a classic potential quasi-model, but it was not, because we never managed to break these lows before that. But the left shoulder still worked out basically, and now maybe here is
short.
Yeah, this is maybe one of the demand zones that is still fresh. I think price is reacting, but by the look at it, maybe we could continue to push lower. Now this week we had a massive move to the upside on the yen. So if by any chance this yen index also has intention to continue to go higher, maybe that can help also the CAD yen to push lower. So that could be it. In terms of the CAD, well, dollar CAD has been so in a range that I have no idea what to expect from dollar CAD at this point. So just focusing more on the yen pairs. If this one by any chance has intention to at least maybe go close to this nice little supply level above of the structure, then we can continue to expect the CAD yen to go down, just like all the other yen pairs that you have with euro yen, pound yen, and maybe so on and so forth. But if you are looking, as he replied, kind of what time frame is he looking? Okay, it's long. All right, so forget what I said about short. Okay, so let's look for longs then. Yeah, you are long. It may be, again, it can make sense because this is actually one of the last month zones. Okay, I have some reaction. Let me jump into the war time frame. Where is from? 105, 291.
29.1.
That's a nice entry, by the way.
That's is. I think he was flexing. I think Muhammad just wanted us to know that he is in profit and he's sitting, flexing his biceps, his trading biceps, and wants everyone to look. We spot you.
That's a nice entry. That's a really nice entry, first of all. So that helps always. So if you do have a good entry, then you can manage maybe your trade slightly different. Because if you do the entry in here, you already had at least some good risk reward to do something with it. Pretend that you actually entered 291, right? 291. Somewhere in here.
Since Mohammed is flexing, I mean, let's have some facts go with that, you know?
Exactly.
This is for you, Mohammed. This is for you.
Yeah, so the demand zone, I think it could have some reaction here. So I wouldn't say it's actually one of the best levels at this point where price could find some buying pressure. One of the next levels that I'll be concerned definitely to be the retest of this previous support resistance. So I think if price ends up taking this top again, maybe can actually go all the way, and maybe that's your target. I'm not really sure. Anytime I'm trying to take such a counter trend trade at the bottom, I'm trying to get some target still within this most recent structure. So at least in here, I'll take some profit, and then if price actually confirms it wants to go higher, then I think the most valid target then is just previous level support resistance in this case. I like the fact that we kind of start to show a little bit of bullishness, as you can see in here. For anyone that was long in here and saw this potential move to the upside, I think they got a little bit excited, and then price switch just stopped out everyone, and now it's coming back in here. So I like the fact that we already had a little bit of initial bullish price action in here to trap a little bit of a few people into buying into the wrong place. So that happened already. Of course, price can still continue to move down. I think higher time frame is still bearish, but maybe this is, I would consider this one as a not an A+ setup, because it's still risky to just go into a counter trend trade, in my opinion, at this point. I would consider maybe a B setup at this point, and I'll be a little bit more conservative with the type of target I'll be taking. I'll be a bit more aggressive on taking some profits in here, just in case price actually completely turns on me.
If I may give our friend Sham Mohammed, a little bit of an insight or my idea on this pair, Cat Yen. What we have is market has been, let's go all the way up. There isn't anything here for me to trade. There is just a fresh order block on the daily time, on the monthly time frame. We might be going there long term, right? That's a nice place where price could be gravitating towards. Besides that, there isn't anything else. And this order block here explains why the market bounce off, right, changes direction because of that structure. On the weekly time frame, let's see what we have. On the weekly time frame, we don't have a quasi, we don't have any other structure. So we broke a fresh one not long ago. So that means that the sellers have the free hand. They have the upper hand. Well, it hasn't closed yet, in all fairness. So as long as it's below this level, I know you're on the lower time frame, Mohammed, but still, it's important to know what's happening up on the higher time frame. So as long as we're below that level, we should expect price to continue, right? It needs to close still, right? It's not too early to say anything, but as long as it stays and close at the end of the week, you should the easy path is for price to continue to go lower. That's on the weekly time frame. Let's go to the daily. The daily doesn't really give us any other situation other than the same thing, telling us that there was a daily quasi here that has failed, right? So the market did not use it to reverse. That's the established downtrend. It breaks the neckline, and it was supposed to bounce off. If the market was going to go up, it was supposed to bounce off any of those structures, and it did not. And it already closed yesterday down there. So basically the sellers have the upper hand. So if you're a swing trader, if you want to have this trade held overnight, you shouldn't be in a long, right? However, on the lower time frame, I can see your point, because the market has been making this kind of move, right? Impulsive, that's not the impulsive tool. Or got an impulse, a retrace, an impulse, a retrace. And right now we are at the end basically of another impulse. So taking a long from here makes sense, right? I can see your point. Price can push higher because, it's time for that pause, for that retrace, in terms of the market cycle or wave cycle. However, when you look at price action here, I don't see the buyers taking control. So I have a little bit of an issue holding a long too long. You could intraday lower time frames catch something like a little push, maybe scalp, maybe go from one level to the other. That's all fine, because I would be doing that as well. At the end of a bearish impulse, look for that retracement and you will get these pops. That's great. I love it. However, I wouldn't hold it for much longer because of that reason. We have an outside bar here that was created. Let me mark that better. You have that outside bar here that was created. There, that's the order block. And now we're still in that sell mode, meaning market created that order block, came back. So, and the easy way out, or the easy way for the market to react, is to the downside. Maybe there's still a little push that could still happen because it's still young, but look at how the market reacts to that order block, right? It came back right there in this candle on the H4. We're still on the H4. It comes with there. So it comes back to the order block, and it does not, the market understands that that's where they wanted to reach. That's a supply zone, and it reacts. If you don't believe me, go to the lower time frames. Look at how the market reacts to that area. Look at that. I'm not kidding. Gets there. I don't say that this is the reversal, but look, comes there, touches it with one candle in 1 minute, and you can see it has some difficulty. It changes from an impulsive market structure, right, where it's going up quite aggressively, to something to the sideways with a slight negative slope, meaning it can still push higher. Sure. This is just the 1 minute, but you can see clearly that the market is reacting on that H1, which is H4 outside bar. So if I were you, I don't know how you trade, no financial advice here. You have to do your own homework. But if I caught a long from here, the first area that I want to be taking partials is right there, right? Something related to that level, because that's the first. If I were a seller, that's the first area that I would be looking for to get in. And that's exactly what we see there, right? It got there, sellers were called to the plate, and they came in. It can still push a little high. It can still push much more, because we are at the end of the impulse on the higher time frame. So the retracement can still have, this could be a trap, a sell trap, right? A seller's trap, meaning it's an outside bar telling you, oh, we're gonna continue to go lower, only to trap the sellers, and it will continue to go higher. I mean, if that's what you're trading, that's amazing. But keep in mind that the obvious price action hasn't switched yet, even though I would be expecting that pop as well on the H4 and the daily. It hasn't really happened yet. It's still telling us that it wants to go lower. So watch out and don't hold that long for too long.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I mentioned that when I'm trying to catch these usually counter trend trades when price is just falling or just moving up, my target will be always, or my first target will be always within the structure. In this case, it will be actually most likely just full target. This is actually the moments where I may take actually full target, and I'm not going to be aiming for much higher than just that. Because more often than not, I actually then end up with the other part at break even. So I'm always leaving, or used to leave money on the table constantly in this type of opportunities, because I was just taking T1 and then break evens, and it was not good enough.
If I had some hub credits to give out today, which I don't, but if I had, hypothetical, right, in a scenario that I would have had, I would have definitely give them to Patel, because Patel has been so active in the audience, back and forth, giving us questions and then coming back, good ones, and really, I really enjoy the conversation with you, Patel. Love it. Keep on coming in, and who knows, we might be what we might do in terms of giveaways. But that's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
What about gold? Everyone is asking about gold. So gold fake out the high and is still dropping. So what is your take on gold now? And just to finalize, because actually Patel asked exactly a question, which was about Fibonacci extension tool. It's true. I see many traders, especially old school traders, but many new traders as well, using Fibonacci extensions for potential target. I think it's maybe 127 or 161 extension, something like that. Oh, look at Victor. Victor uses these beautiful extensions as well. Personally, I don't really use much of Fibonacci because for me, I'm always basing everything on what's on the left side for potential zones of reference. Of course, if price is at all-time highs, there is nothing on the left side. It's new price discovery. So it's always, for me personally, it's a bit always a problem when there's nothing on the left side. But maybe with the Fibonacci's, maybe you can have at least a zone of reference that you can anticipate maybe price to go to. At least expect some reaction, because if many people use it, usually then price tends to reflect a little bit around those levels. But go ahead, Vito, because you are using Fibonacci's extension, so you can maybe reply to that one better.
We are out of time.
Yeah, just look at the clock. It's 3 p.m. already. Oh my God, I'm full. This hour full. I didn't even notice that.
What you're proposing will take us another 15 minutes at least. What I can say is that there is we have come to a significant fib level in terms of extension, and I wouldn't be surprised if the market would have a little pause here, maybe have a little retracement. I'm not sure this is all gold has to offer. I really don't know. I'm just using the fib, and I know from experience that this is a great level to target because it reaches there a lot. But if you're actually thinking, I was doing a lag. No, I was doing an analysis not too long ago, and I think that gold could be going much higher. And that's not based on the fib. I will not be able to go into the details of that. But if you look at I'll do it very quickly, right? And it'll not do it justice. But if you were to watch, let's see, where was I? I didn't prepare this, so I would have to.
You're getting some bonus extra time, guys. So press that like button.
Let's see. There was a. All right, so there is. Actually, I was. Let's see how it was. We had from. Before I start saying things that are. No, I'm not gonna be saying something because I broke down the analysis of the legs of the impulse of a gold, and without going to the details, which I am clearly at the end of my working day today because I can't find them. But the point was that what we're having here now is a maybe that's the. No, that's not even it as well. I made an analysis about. Oh yeah, now I remember. Thank you for that. I don't know who I'm thanking because it's myself. Right. So you had a compression earlier. This is what we were doing in Discord. I think it was on Tuesday. We had a compression before that breakout, and if you measure the leg of that breakout, and I took for the fib extension, I took the lowest point of that compression moment. If you measure the amount of candles and the ranges and the sequence it had compared to what we now have, you can actually measure an expansion, a crescendo, meaning the market is not slowing down. On the weekly time frame, it just is showing even faster than before. I think it was like $92 a bar on average. It's now doing, and before it was something like 42 or 43, meaning that it is it's not looking like it's decelerating. So thinking that this is going to be the top is not supported by this analysis. Not only that, if that is a proxy, if that is a function, the fact that what I just said, that the market is actually making bigger candles, if that is if that is telling us something, that let me put it this way. If the market is slowing down, right? So this is one leg. All right. So I'm now I remember. So this is one leg, right? That's the last leg, and this would be the second leg, right? Where we are now. This is the retracement. That's the impulse. That's the retracement. That's the impulse. If the market is making bigger candles in the second leg, the leg we're in now, do you think the extension would be more or less than this leg? And that's the extension. This is 1. So this is the same distance, and that's 1, right? From this retrace point to this high, or to this to this point, right? So from here to there, that's just 1. That's 100% of that move. That is the move. If it is accelerating, making bigger, I'll ask the question again. If it's making bigger candles than before, do you think the extension, the next leg, will be will exceed 100%, or be less than 100%? And the answer obviously is that the market is, if it's going faster, it's accelerating. It's not decelerating. So meaning it is reasonable to expect that it's going to exceed the first leg in terms of ranges. And this is the equivalent of the first leg. So that means that puts us to expect prices that are going to be higher on this leg. That means that gold should be getting higher than 4,887. Just projection. I don't know. But that's something that you could take into consideration if you are, let's say, higher time frame trader, because this is the weekly time frame. A swing trader, you could hold your longs for much longer, at least leave a partial for a longer period. But the current levels, everything set aside, that's a nice level to target on the fib extension a lot of the time. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we have a little blip perhaps before we continue higher because of that level reached. We don't have any, as you said, we don't have anything to the left, so you have to start using projections and other stuff, and that's the 50. Let me mark that. This is the got that sticky tool. That's the level on the fib that I just put in. Let's go to lower time frame to see if we have some clear indication. It seems like we're not the only one making that analysis. Look at that, right? That's not coincidence. It seems like it is a level traders are watching there, and you can also see that once we broke, we used it again as a resistance, right? That's nice to see. All right, okay, so that's it. 7 minutes. I thought I was gonna do it much faster, but excuse me for taking more time than we allocated initially. All right, that's it. Pedro, any last words for our dear audience?
It's mostly actually for the Portuguese, because we just crossed 2,000 subs on the Portuguese YouTube channel, so that was good. It was a good achievement, and this is just beginning. Actually, we have a bet against gold, so we want to reach to 5,000 subs before gold reach to 5,000. So we have 3,000 to go. Gold has only 1,000 to reach. Gold is almost at 4K. So yeah, we need to accelerate a little bit. So if you guys want to subscribe to the channel, you can, of course, but we do speak Portuguese in there. But it's more of the same. So yeah, it was great. With that being said, guys, enjoy your beautiful weekend. Tomorrow, who knows if you're going to have NFP or not. It's kind of a unique day to remember in the future. And yeah, with that being said, for me, it's everything. Thank you, guys. A pleasure again. Thank
Perfect.
you,
Pedro, everyone watching, remember NFP. That's, I think, the most important thing for this week. Whatever happens, NFP, you need to be, have your eyes on it. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate you guys being here and interacting with us. You guys make this stream what it is, so thank you for that. And see you again soon. Like and subscribe. Bye bye.
Bye bye.